When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. The invasion had begun. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. But I feel my time has come, and if I die here for the resistance, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. And if I die here for the resistance, you must lay me in my grave among the flowers upon the mountain. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Among the flowers upon the mountain, let me rest among the brave. Someday the people will pick the flowers. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Someday the people will pick the flowers, and they will remember my name. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of our resistance, and those who died for liberty.
In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan, to clandestine British demand by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being flame more, your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. Bojack. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics beaming and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, 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 lovely people. How are we all doing today?
He called himself a hillbilly road.
Well, whoa, we don't need that. We don't need that one right there. All right, hello, everyone. Hello, Kraken Pill 2, sequel to The Krakening. Hello, Forlorn 79, not Forlorn. Forlorn 79. Hello, Zolta. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Walking Neon Carpet. Hello, Kaname the Alpher. Hello, the Profane Priestess. Hello, Erica. Hello, Archangel Dakab. Hello, King Kerplunk. Hello, Horizon. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. It's your birthday, Horizon. Remind me when I'm done saying hello to everyone. Hello, Girl Failure. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Juniper Jupiter. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Simric. Hello, Summer Lovin' XX. Hello, Mithril Mist. Hello, Dragon Wing. Hello, Nightlight Flushy Jesus. Thank you very much for subscribing with the tier 1 sub over on Twitch. Welcome back. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Lady Raincloud. Hello, Anadexis. Hello, Louise. Hello. Whoo, Feistiest Bard. Haven't seen you in a hot minute in chat. Hope you're doing all right. Hello, Spitfire. Hello, Benjamin Kessler. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Alan Arist Resner. Hello, Benjamin Kessler. Hello, Ms. Milena. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, hello, hello. Who is... I don't know this chatter you guys are talking about, but hello, Polyizes Cracker. Hello, Sam's Trains Official. You got 2 hellos. Hello, Twin Tails 100. Hello, Alexis Vandam. Dead Domain just finished playing Andy Pants' dumb game and that guy needs help. Oh, that's the guy. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Pretty quiet, that's all? All right, that's okay. Hello, Elaine Malachite. Hello, Asen. Hello. How we doing? I am Damo Suzuki. Hello, everyone. I need to finish tweeting this out. Let's just, you know what? Let's just, fuck it. There we go. We ball. Just posting a pic. There we go. We've got so much to talk about today. How we all doing, folks? You spent all day writing your D&D game? Hell yeah. That is one of the most fun practices you can have. I have a fizzy water. Grapefruit. You changed your name in Discord to reflect your Twitch name? That is always very helpful to me. Spent all day working on a running wheel for my cats, blasting left music loud as hell. That sounds great. Hello, Kelsey on fire. Hello, Amber Brains. Hello, Default X. How we doing, folks? I am back. I'm sorry I was late. I did try my best to be on time, but I'm just going to give you all a heads up. Where my partner and I are chugging away at trying to launch June 1st for Imogene Olivia. We might, that's what we're aiming for. We think we can do it, but that plus a lot of other IRL stuff is happening this week. And it's difficult to launch a company, it turns out, but we will be doing it anyway. So June 1st, which is in fact, let me have a little bit of a breakdown. Oh, why isn't my skeeting? There we go. Let me take a look. Yes, it turns out this Sunday is in fact our launch day. That is scary. Best of luck with that. Yeah, I got it. Look, I got to rep the brand, okay? I got to do my best. Every outfit this week has to be putting the girls front and center, all right? You guys need to know about the gender, the gender euphoric lingerie line we're making with Imogene Olivia that you can find over on imogeneolivia.com when the website is live on Sunday. Okay? That we got to do it for the girls. For the femmes. Let's go. Whew, how we doing, folks? Good morning, Jack, from the terminally ill UK. Good morrow to you, Mithril, from the terminally ill United States. Hello. You got to support the girls. You have to support the girls. You have to. They be thangin', indeed. What about the trans femme MBs? Well, you see, it's for anyone who wants it. It is made to be a gender affirming undergarment, regardless of your gender identity. So, do you want a piece of clothing that is unabashedly feminine to gird your loins? Well, Imogene Olivia can do that because it is unapologetically feminine lingerie. And you know what? If you're an NB that wants that, if you're a cis man that wants that, if you are a trans lady who wants that, if you're a cis lady who wants a gender euphoric experience, and why wouldn't you? You can buy Imogene Olivia lingerie. All right? It's very comfy. I basically stress tested it all weekend, and I'm personally wearing it now, and I've worn it through many a live stream at this point, and I can tell you, wearing this for anywhere from 8 to 10 hours in a go feels great. My ass is not enough for panties. I bet our panties would fit you. We have panties for the asked and unasked. Lingerie for all who want it? Exactly. True, you can always make more ass. Make more of an ass of yourself. Hell yeah. Simply start HRT. We have enlightened discourse. Every Riverboat Jack stream is like the famous painting of the forum. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It's like Plato and Aristotle walking through the forum. Whatever. Whew. The School of Athens, thank you. It was killing me that I couldn't remember the name of it. Are you guys ready for some shit? Just some real horse shit today, huh? Yoink. Do. Let me check one thing before we start going. Let's see here. Let's see. All right, let's go. Ashley J. Curtis, hello. Hello, hello. Are we doing that other utter shit show of a Jubilee P? We'll watch a couple clips from it and see if it tickles our fancy. It's not the main course on the menu today. So, folks, there has been this brewing situation that is an outgrowth of the court's response, that rather lackluster response to the Trump administration trying to deport. I use that term loosely. Deport people to various places around the world that they are not from. Right? Typically, a deportation is to someone's home country, not to a third country. That's not typically how this works, right? And we're all, by now, most of us familiar with the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case, the case where, the government kidnapped a man from Maryland, and even though he had a withholding order, sent him to El Salvador to be detained by the Salvadoran government and tortured, and it's quite terrible, right? I wouldn't even, frankly, it's more criminal than rendition. Rendition makes it sound too much of a normalized government activity. It's kidnapping, plain and simple. Like, the government is kidnapping people off the street and sending them to God knows where. Literally, black bagging people, right? Well, last week, things kind of came to a head in a separate case with a bunch of men from Southeast Asia who were loaded onto planes and sent not to El Salvador this time, but to South Sudan. Now, South Sudan is an incredibly geopolitically unstable country. It is, very again, like, leadership wise unstable, economy wise unstable. Like, it's generally not suggested that you, as like a traveler of the world, go to South Sudan. It is dangerous, in other words. And the Trump administration has apparently struck some deal with the government of South Sudan to try and send people there like they were sending people to El Salvador. And the judge that is overseeing this case is Judge Brian Murphy. And basically, the lawyers for these Southeast Asian men were able to file quickly enough that while their clients were in the air, they got legal remedy. So basically, last week, Judge Brian Murphy said, you have to, you, the government, you have to figure out a way to get these men their due process rights that you violated. And I know that you violated them. And I know that they're in South Sudan, but you can either bring them all the way back here, or you can figure out a way to give them their full due process rights in like a military camp in South Sudan, which, anyone with half a brain would look at that and say, hey, wait a minute. You're probably not going to be able to do that because they have a number of different legal rights that you have to develop. And there's just no way. Well, basically, the judge also ruled that the Department of Justice, Donald Trump's administration, had in fact violated his order against sending these men to South Sudan, because there was in fact an order there. And last week, tail end of the week, Judge Brian Murphy found against the government that they had violated his order. Now, the question is, did they do it by accident through some series of freak events, or did they do it willfully? Was it intentional? Because that word intentional means a lot in this circumstance, because it means the difference between goodwill and like working out a solution here in good faith, or contempt, of some kind. So again, we are dancing on the edge of a knife here as it regards, the Trump administration and the courts. And today, Judge Brian Murphy denied a request that the DOJ sent him to try and reconsider whether or not they violated his previous order. They literally sent him like a document asking him if he might reconsider saying that they ignored his orders. Maybe from a certain point of view, they didn't violate his orders, like it just, what if you pretended that we didn't violate the orders? Which obviously, again, isn't going to fly here. But I wanted to read some of the excerpts from this because it was actually pretty. I mean, as funny as something like this can be in this particular circumstance, I guess. So here we go. Let me pull this up. All right. Memorandum and order on defendants' motions for reconsideration and stay. Murphy J. Defendants have mischaracterized this court's order while at the same time manufacturing the very chaos they decry. By racing to get 6 class members onto a plane to unstable South Sudan, clearly in breach of the law and this court's order, defendants gave the court no choice but to find that they were in violation of the preliminary injunction. Which is, a very short way of saying,
even
fuck
Soviet
you, no.
Tim Curry would have sent them to the one place untouched by capitalism. Spaz.
Space! Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and for being the second person today to support stream. I appreciate you very, very much. Thanks for getting us off to a good start. But it continues on here, okay? Even after finding that violation, however, the court stayed its hand and did not require defendants to bring the individuals back to the United States as requested by plaintiffs. Instead, the court accepted defendants' own suggestion that they be allowed to keep the individuals out of the country and finish their process abroad. In the interest of full transparency, the court quotes at length from the hearing script. And guys, look, I don't know if you know this, right? But I'm going to tell you something about lawyers, all right? And judges by extension. If a judge has to quote the proceedings of the previous court minutes, that is, things are not going well for you, okay? Oh my goodness. All right. Here's the excerpt quoted. The court, plaintiff's counsel, is suggesting that the only remedy is for the plane to return here so that these individuals be given an opportunity to raise any objections they have to being sent to South Sudan. Do you have another suggestion as to what a remedy that would allow these people to have the process that they are due might be? Mr. Ensign for the DOJ. If I may, I think any remedy should be narrowly tailored to the violation. And so, if Your Honor believes they weren't given a meaningful opportunity to express fear under CAT, and CAT here stands for Convention Against Torture. And I'm going to pause right there just real quick. Basically, the DOJ's argument for why it was totally fine to send all of these Southeast Asian men to South Sudan was that, well, when they were in custody for less than 24 hours, none of them expressed to their jailers that they were afraid of being sent to South Sudan. So checkmate, atheists. Like that's literally their argument. Their argument is they didn't confide in their jailers their abiding fear of being sent to another country. The argument is so bad. It's so dumb. Okay? And so I just need you all to be on the same page with this, all right? But Mr. Ensign goes on. They weren't given a meaningful opportunity to express a fear under CAT, Convention Against Torture, that the remedy should first be limited to giving them such a meaningful opportunity. If they were to do so, then they would be given that reasonable fear interview. But bringing them back would be a much broader remedy than necessary because this court only requires compliance with procedures, and to the extent that Your Honor believes those procedures were not followed, the government should be allowed to provide those procedures. And that should satisfy the due process as interpreted by this court. The court. Thank you, Mr. Ensign. So let's say that I agree with you, that I want to make the most narrowly tailored order to address the violation of my preliminary injunction that is possible. What are you suggesting? What you are suggesting is that they can have a reasonable fear interview where they are now. Is that a practical possibility? Mr. Ensign. Your Honor, I don't know. I'd have to speak to my client, but I think that would need to be at least one of the compliance options that's presented, because that would be a much more narrowly tailored remedy that is actually tailored to the violation that Your Honor has found. Okay? So... No. Robert Adset, it's even more dumb than that, right? Okay? It's even more dumb than, they didn't just list all of the places they're afraid of. In this situation, you are supposed to be given what is called a reasonable fear interview, right? That requires that they interview you, give you all this information, then ask you these questions.
You look like a JoJo character.
Thank you. Thank you, Vaughn. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Also, Robin Sandalwood, thank you. Alora in office.
Hey, it's a Padme stream.
A Padme? I'm a Padme. Thank you for the $5 dono, Alora in office. It's really dumb. It's really dumb. It's there because what the DOJ is saying is that even though we skipped the reasonable fear interview, it's still totally fine to deport someone if they didn't flag down their jailer and say, hey, I am explicitly in fear of my life if you send me back to that country. Or send me to insert whatever country you might be sending them to. Right? It is insane. And what I think we're seeing here is maybe like the last dregs of whatever goodwill presumption the courts have. Because typically, between like the federal government and the courts, there is this presumption of good faith and goodwill extended in both directions. And I think that the courts are rapidly being tapped out of basically every drop of goodwill. Okay? Why would they send Asians to an African country? Super Jet Guy, because they're racist and they don't care. There's nothing preventing them from sending each one of these people to their home country. They're just choosing not to out of malice and cruelty. You know? It's messed up. However, the judge's statement continues. After this exchange, defendants spent several hours conferring internally as to the feasibility of this option, ultimately deciding that it was doable. The court, I am very much considering this, but if this is the route we go, my inclination would be to say, if you want to do all of these interviews where they are, you have to do them appropriately. If you don't want to, you can always bring them home of your own volition and do it there. And so I'm not going to mandate that the department do anything overseas, but in an effort to craft as circumscribed a remedy as possible, I am inclined to say that if the department wants to figure that out, I'm inclined to let them. And this is just, again, last dregs of goodwill here.
I wonder if KAG is even returned back to MD if enough poisoning of the well has happened that he's no longer safe in MD. He deserves a full break and due process.
He really, really does. Like, it's insane that Kilmar Brego Garcia is
Last
still not
time you
home.
said a degree of suffering causes them to wake up and reevaluate their ideas. This revealed so much pain, and I need you to know it led me to reconnect with emotions I had no idea I'd understand again. Thank you.
Well, Shamaniacal the Shamanite, thank you for the $20 super chat. I very, very much appreciate that. And I'm sorry about the pain, but I am glad you were able to reconnect with some emotional knowledge. That's great, I think. So, like, just to be clear here, the judge is telling the government, okay, you can do your reasonable fear interviews in South Sudan if you are able to meet all of the legally required, like, thresholds for what constitutes one that would be considered ethical and binding. Okay? Mr. Ensign, and we appreciate that, Your Honor. And to the extent that it poses challenges that would be insurmountable, we would quickly inform the court and use one of the options to comply with the court's orders. The judge continues. Since that hearing nearly 5 days ago, defendants have changed their tune. It turns out that having immigration proceedings on another continent is harder and more logistically cumbersome than defendants anticipated. However, the court never said that defendants had to convert their foreign military base into an immigration facility. It only left that as an option, again, at defendants' request. The other option, of course, has always been to simply return the status quo of roughly 1 week ago, or else choose any other location to complete the required process. To be clear, the court recognizes that the class members at issue here have criminal histories, but that does not change due process. The history of American freedom is, in no small measure, the history of procedure. It is procedure that spells much of the difference between rule of law and rule of whim or caprice. Steadfast adherence to strict procedural safeguards is our main assurance that there will be equal justice under law. And I want to, I just want to let you guys know, this is from a case called, that entire quote, it's from a case called Joint Anti-Fascist Refugee Committee versus McGrath, 1951. The court treats its obligation to these principles with the seriousness that anyone committed to the rule of law should understand. It continues to be this court's sincere hope that reason can get the better of rhetoric. The orders put in place here are sensible and conservative. Accordingly, and for the reasons stated herein, defendants' motions for reconsideration and for stay pending appeal are denied. And I want y'all to know that that's a pretty brutal denied. That is basically a judge telling you to go fuck yourself. You know, like, not only did you violate his order, not only did you like make your own like suggestion for how you wanted to do it, now you're saying maybe you can find that we didn't violate your order, please, judge. You know, that we really, really, really don't want to have to do these immigration proceedings in South Sudan. It's like, bitch, bring them back then. Fuck you, figure it out. And that's kind of where things stand with that particular case. And honestly, this is good news. Okay? This is good news. The more antagonistic judges can be towards this administration, the better it is for all of us. You know, like, again, people are fighting back across this country in various different ways, and judges making sensible rulings on the law are kind of one of the things we need most to push back against the threats toward all of our collective rights. You know, like, this is frankly really, really good. Seeing some level of fire and fight in the courts is really, I cannot stress enough, extremely good, especially if you are concerned about legal rights being stripped from you. Having people publicly defend due process and rule of law, these are good things in times like these. Okay? So, just a small update on one of maybe the most bizarre cases going on right now in America. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit last week, Jess. Yeah, it's not great. Call your senators, call your representatives. We got to stop this bill. This big, beautiful, bitchy bill. So, I don't really have that much more of a deep dive here. But, like, if you're looking for positive legal signs, this is one of them. Okay? There are lawyers and there are judges and there are all kinds of legal experts who are in the corner of, at the very least, the basic building blocks of our legal jurisprudence system. You know, like,
Help. I cleaned my room and ended up getting destroyed in a debate on Jubilee. I guess I have to go back to my lobster daughter.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And no, but like, it's important, you know? The lobster daughters and the rule of law. Okay? So it's this is good. This is good news, at least as regards to, you know, people saying, hey, wait a minute, I don't think you should be able to kidnap randos, deny them due process, and just say that they're guilty of whatever you accuse them of, and then ship them off to another country to be tortured and killed in a gulag somewhere. I think that's bad, actually. And, like, honestly, I know that that's, like, asking bare minimum, but it's nice to be able to clear that bar, you know? It's nice to be able to at least have judges saying, hey, wait a minute, you actually do have to give them a court date. That's nice. That's good. We need that. It's actually necessary. So, that being said, end of segment 1. We did it. Hello, everyone. Welcome, latecomers. How we doing? How we doing? How we living? How we doing? Um, Remember when Republicans used to go on and on about rule of law? You know, it's almost like Republicans have always been full of shit and never actually gave a shit about like being fiscally conservative or caring about the national debt or like, you know, caring about, you know, families or being pro-life or being, you know, like consistent on any one of their moral principles. It's almost like it's a nebulous melting pot of vaguely fascistic ideas that have since catalyzed into overtly fascistic ideas. It's crazy. I don't understand how these MAGA idiots think the rule of law should apply differently based upon citizenship. I mean, they just think that the law doesn't apply to them and it only applies to other people. The same way, you know, budget cuts only affect other people, never them. Shimp daughter. Shimps together strong, folks. Thank you, Orion's End. I did not realize this top would be such a hit with you guys. I appreciate it. Now, folks, if you are enjoying the show, do you know what to do? Do any of you know what to do if you're enjoying the show? You know? Can anyone help me out here? I'm having a brain fart. What do you do if you're enjoying the show? MDM Saturnia, thank you for complimenting my vocabulary. It's like I went to English school and got a degree or something. Click the button! Jenna Sparks. You are correct. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Dugga-doo. Dugga-doo-doo-doo. Dugga-doo. Dugga-doo. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. RPG Lilac, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you very much. And again, Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Always appreciated. You gave me a compliment about my singing voice. Thank you. Horizon! Hey everyone, it's Horizon's birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Horizon. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Happy birthday, Horizon. You guys are all such sweetie pies to each other, and I like that about you guys a lot.
Hamburger Kayul HAA Hamburger.
Okay, the text-to-speech in my ear said Caillou hamburger, and the mental image from that is chilling. That's some like endgame Saw shit right there. I gave you a hamburger. Oh, yeah. Forgot about that trauma. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, King Kerplunk. This community is incredibly amazing. I agree. Did you see that Doctor Who fans are getting something to rival even jizz music? I did not. Tell me more. You know I'm a sucker for all the latest jizz news. Hello, Johnny Ramo. Doing a commission for Tippy? Yeah! We all love Tippy, don't we? That needs to go on the sideboard, soundboard. What needs to go on the soundboard? What is this? No, I'm drinking fizzy water. Oh, what is this? I'm sure that like in the 5 seconds of this that I played are already copywritten, but you know what? Just I feel like people need to know. I don't know how to interpret what I'm seeing. What the fuck? What is this? Is this the most popular music in the universe or something? Why is it literally just a like 2 minutes of this? I mean, I do have to say this thing is pretty cute and charming. I do like it. It would get my vote in the Interstellar Song Contest, the 803rd Interstellar Song Contest. I would vote for this one. It looks like it's having feelings. What is this beast? Apparently it's from Doctor Who. Sounds like a bird call. It looks like a bird call. It looks like some of my favorite long Furbies. Dugadoo Rule 34. No, Jazz Dog. No. I'm gonna be thinking about that for the next week, aren't I? Like it's just gonna be me like washing dishes going Dugadoo, 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 Dugadoo. Like I'm just gonna be it's this is how it reproduces, isn't it? It's like an audio-based life form, like Pontypool. You know, I bet it is. I bet that's the twist of the episode. The Stellar Song Contest is merely their spawning ground. Hey girl, how that Dugadoo? Pontypool is great. I love good obscure horror movies, guys. You got it. I'm not singing that song for you guys. All right, 5 arm curls. Okay, nightlight plushie. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof. Guys, I'm not gonna play a shovelware game that's based on the premise of gay knots. Like, I'm not doing that. Like, you guys are asking me, do the stream that Dead Domain did. No, go watch Dead Domain stream. I bet their stream was great. Go watch that. I'm gonna do my own thing. Plus, I just have no. I'm interested in like debunking conservative propaganda or just like mocking it mirthlessly. Um, I'm not terribly interested in playing a shovelware trash game that's like sole purpose in existence is to call people like me pedophiles. You know, like like I'm not interested in like media that's only point is to call trans people like predatory, you know? Oh, Dead Domain goes by Vesper now. That's great. I can see Ves fitting them quite well. Hello, Terminal Void. Okay, y'all, 101 likes, 195 watching, only 195. That don't look. You all need to go harass your friends and your family to start watching stream, okay? I don't make the rules. That was part of the blood oath you signed when you entered the chat room.
Psychonauts 2 when?
I would love to play Psychonauts 2. I might be playing more games this week, just because like my partner and I launching our gender euphoric lingerie business this weekend on June 1st. So like that is taking up a lot of my time and energy this week. We're in like the final stretch. It's real exciting. And yeah, so I might play more games this week just because of lack of prep time as usual. Tinkerlands, I have a few games I want to try out and see which sticks the best. One of the main things holding me back right now is just that my controller's old and the joystick needs to be tightened up, and I might try it myself. Try my hand at fixing it myself anyway. But a couple of the games I'm looking at: Keep Driving, Dragon Age: The Veilguard, finishing The Forgotten City, and there was like another one I was looking at as well. Maybe try The Blueprints, maybe try like I don't know, Disco Elysium. Like there are a bunch of different games I have that I've wanted to play on stream and held off from playing until I can play them on stream, and I just haven't gotten to them yet. So we'll see what's up. Okay? Have I streamed mouthwashing? I have not, but I do have it. Okay? Yeah, everyone won't shut up about Blueprints, and you know I'm just kind of like, all right, I'll check it out. All right, enough of that. Let's get into the show, shall we? How we doing? Also, I am currently 4 pounds away. Just as a small fitness update, currently 4 pounds away from getting to my first initial goal. Okay, 4 pounds away. I'm locked in. I'm real excited about it. I'm gonna do the thing, chat. Okay. Now, folks, we should jump into some of these here stories, huh? So, folks, there's a state called Utah. Now, in this Utah, uh, they have a fairly conservative state legislature. Okay, and they've been trying and moving towards gender affirming care being completely and utterly destroyed within the state, right? It's not not just oh, you're going to be denied care, but like the very concept of it needs to be destroyed. And so to that end, about 3 years ago, the Utah state legislature created a law. All right. And this law banned gender affirming care for trans youth. So that's not great. That's not great. However, part of that law made it that it was more of a temporary stay on the affirming care for trans youth, while scientists went ahead and did a study to see, what the effects of gender affirming care are on trans youth. What happens if you give them gender affirming care? Now, I know this might come as a shock to all of you, but a couple days ago, Utah's study concluded. They released a 1,000-page report, okay, titled Systematic Medical Evidence Review of Hormonal Transgender Treatment Report. Just rolls off the tongue, right? It was originally meant to be finished last November, but turns out writing a 1,000+ page report, I guess you go a little bit over time. They give you a few more months, Now, what this 1,000-page report finds is quote, overall, there were positive mental health and psychosocial functioning outcomes as a result of gender affirming care. So essentially, they paid scientists for almost 3 years to look into this issue, to try and find any kind of evidence they could puff up and fearmonger about. And you know what, they just couldn't do it. They just couldn't, for the life of them, actually disprove that gender affirming care works, right? And of course, the Republicans in the state legislature in Utah are, to say they're upset about it is putting it mildly, okay? They're basically reading this, looking it dead in the face and saying, no, no way. We actually, you science bitches might have done years of research and written 1,000+ page citation filled paper about it, but that just makes you a science bitch. And here in Utah, we don't believe in science bitches. That's right. Who's with me? USA, USA, USA. And that then continues for 30 more minutes until the session adjourns. Basically, after this came out, all of the Republicans in the Utah legislature are basically going, "No, we were right. We're just gonna ignore the results of this and deny trans children the care they need, in the face of all science to the contrary." Okay. And by the way, the paper also writes, while the review prepared for lawmakers acknowledged an increase in some specific types of benign brain tumors. It found in studies that included thousands of transgender individuals that, quote, increased risk of mortality was consistently due to increase in suicide, non-natural causes, and HIV/AIDS. Patients were seen at the gender clinic before the age of 18 had a lower risk of suicide compared to those referred as an adult. And like, what's crazy is that a lot of these people are just they're just saying, well, sure, some of the children may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Like they're literally just saying, no, we were right. It's right that those kids die. Science be damned. And not only that, we're going to double down even harder. And basically this is a huge egg in the face of basically the entire Republican establishment in Utah, because this entire science review directly contradicts Donald Trump's trumped up American Cass review. They whoever did this paper, the scientific team put in charge of it, and which I can check. Download the report. I have it now. There we go. We've got William Francis. We got Angelo Giardino. We've got Michelle Hoffman. We got Yoon Kim Butterfield. We've got Brooks Keeshan. Nikki Mihalopoulos. I probably butchered that. I'm sorry, Nikki. Hello, Alan Smith. Catherine Smith. Jennifer Strohacker. I just want to say my hat's off to each and every one of you for actually doing your due diligence and actually doing science instead of just asking ChatGPT to write you 1,000 pages of anti-trans bullshit. It's nice to see real science being done. Now, all of this is just kind of going on, and I know attacks on trans people are increasing. I know that things are generally rough. But I gotta say, and I know this seems maybe a bit weird, I know maybe a bit Pollyannish, whatever, but I think that the truth will eventually win out. I think that what we're seeing here is one of the strongest efforts of modern history to bury trans people once again. And I don't think it's possible. I don't think it is. I think that they can do their damnedest, but we're still going to be here. Our history is still going to be known. People are going to remember us. We are going to continue living and thriving and laughing and crying. And there's something to this where it's kind of when you look into the science, you find us. You find us. And we are going to win. I know that sounds kind of far-fetched sometimes, especially when every day more shitty news is being heaped upon us, but we'll dig ourselves out of this shit, guys. Kind of like how if you have depression, you might be familiar with this. This is how I think of my depression, right? It's just because one day is bad doesn't mean every day is going to be bad. It's a passing cloud, and sometimes that cloud can be pretty big. It can last for days, weeks, 4 years, but it does eventually end. There is, in fact, a time when the sun will shine again. And I guess I'm just here to say, like, I know things are shit, but these stupid, moronic, fascist dweebs that are trying to control the levers of power in our government, they can't like destroy what is true fundamentally. So that being said, let's move on. Yeah, exactly. Like the reason this is gonna be like maintained as a piece of knowledge is because it's useful. Doctors are going to treat their patients, you know? All you have to do is compare the 2024 election parallels to the 2004 election when Bush and the Republican Party then ran on anti-gay platform, but gay rights ended up winning in the end. Yeah, I think it's very similar here, you know? I've never seen that movie, Van Bon. You like Utah's new beehive state flag? That sounds adorable. Trans rights are pretty neat, Plant. I beat this drum every day. Hell yeah.
I beat this drum every day, but live loud in spite of transphobes. You breathe, they seethe.
Indeed. Persist and resist. Now, I will also say, hey, you watching the stream, are you enjoying it? Consider hitting the follow button, the subscribe button, the like button, if you will, and consider supporting the stream with those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because you guys make this stream possible. I could not do it without your guys' support. You guys allow me to do this full time. And honestly, it's kind of crazy that you guys allow me to do this full time. Like, I am not a big YouTube channel. Like, without you guys, I would simply cease to exist, you know, as a commentator. And also, like, you know, I'm a trans woman who talks about the news, you know, like that's not there's not exactly a huge demographic for that. Trans socialist news analyst, if you want to be generous. You know, I appreciate that you guys consistently turn out for me, and it means the world that you guys find my content helpful, you know? This is niche as fuck, but I'm living. Hell yeah. You know, and I would like to be maybe less niche. That'd be cool, you know. Especially since Tofu stopped covering the news. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Not a huge market. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, I don't give a fuck about what might be possible. I'm just gonna do what I do, and hopefully that reaches as many people as possible, you know? I love what you do because you're someone who looks like me, and as trans people, we have very relatable experiences, and I find tons of comfort in it. In that, hell yeah, hell yeah. Question: how did this review fail? Where the cast review massively succeeded in creating legislation? Which review are you talking about? Are you talking about the like the US version of the Cass report? Yeah, just that we're going to be talking about that. It's in the title of the stream. We're going to be talking about that. The Utah one? Oh, well, because the reason that it exists, the reason this failed is because the people who commissioned it don't actually give a shit about the science, and also like were trying to back up their flimsy attempt to justify stripping people of medical care and stripping children of medical care. In fact, the Cass report was a vehicle to justify the kind of crackdowns in the UK that frankly their politicians already wanted to do. Like either way, the Republicans in Utah were going to do what they were going to do. The conservatives in the UK were going to do what they were going to do. The Cass report just wound up being like something that helped them to do it in the UK, while this Utah report did not help them to pass new restrictions in Utah. Like it's the content of both reports is very different because again, the Cass report is virulently anti-trans and unscientific, and the one in Utah is actually kind of the real deal. Hopefully that helps. Like it's just kind of whether it's good PR or bad PR to these people. In both cases, it's just PR. It's just PR for the politicians. You don't need to overthink it too much because again, they don't care about the facts unless the facts are helpful. They're not going to change their like these politicians aren't necessarily going to change their beliefs on the basis of the studies anyway. They're going to do what they're going to do. Anyway, Dug-a-doo. Indeed, Dug-a-doo, B. Parker. Now, folks, keep supporting the stream. And I don't remember if we even finished the segment, but you know what? I'm going to hit the button anyway. There we go. Nailed it. Sorry? You don't gotta be sorry. Yeah, the study was given as a reasonable reason to stop care in Utah. But now they're just saying, well, we don't really care about, the findings. We're just going to ban the care altogether. Let's see. Any good news? We've been talking about good news. Don't know if I'll be able to phrase this in a way that makes sense, but genuine question: has the treatment of trans people gotten worse in recent years, or has it always been as bad as it is now? It's gotten worse. Like if you are a trans person and you're waking up and you're feeling like, oh man, today feels really fucking bad. Has it always been this bad? No, it hasn't always been this bad. There was a time when most people didn't know what a trans person even was, And like, I'm not saying everything was better, but like there wasn't like a huge vocal hate movement in power that wanted to kill you, There was a huge vocal hate movement that wanted to kill you, but it wasn't necessarily a mainstream talking point, Yeah, I mean, like you can go back, you can find like evangelical Christians and like from like the 1960s who came out as like being, those trans people, like they're all right. They're gonna make it into the kingdom of heaven. Like it's just like you will find some weird bedfellows who were oddly in favor of trans rights back in the day before we got too big for our britches. Yeah, it's gotten better in a lot of ways where like you can openly just say you're a trans person now, and everyone's just like, oh, okay, cool. It doesn't ruin your life to be found out as a trans person. Like, they're famously one of like the girls that was called in to play like one of the Bond girls in I forget which James Bond movie, but like she was outed as trans and like it destroyed her life, Um so like that doesn't really happen as much anymore. Like now you can like just be openly trans and like be relatively okay, but like they are trying to like legislate us out of existence. So that's not great. Christians in the 60s were okay with trans people. Some of them, yeah. Like some of the prominent ones in the evangelical movement today had very different views on trans people, 30, 40 years ago. Yeah, famously one of the go-to examples of this is Pastor Pat Robertson, who like gave like one of the weirdest, most meandering, like, yeah, those trans people, they're all right answers, like just like 8 years ago. It's weird. I recently got my passport. They gave me an M because of my birth certificate, even though I'm legally an F in New York. That fucking sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Forlorn. Now, folks, I have yet to actually watch this. But I figured, we've gone through a couple stories already. We deserve a treat, don't we? Don't we, folks? Do we deserve a treat? Do you or do you not deserve treats? Have I checked out Anonymous's latest announcement? No. What am I supposed to be seeing something new? Like they put out a statement about like Israel doing a genocide, like that, yeah. Like they're doing good work over there. But like I'm not like Anonymous is doing good work. Come on. But like I was expecting like some kind of major hack or something. Yeah, I haven't seen anything about like the truth will come out in 30 days or anything like that. Yeah, nothing like that I can see. Anyway, I'm gonna get to the treat that you all began to shout for, because you know what, I think you guys deserve treats sometimes. Kyle covered it. He has a vid on it. Okay. Well, you guys can go watch Kyle's video. Again, I'm not going to be able to cover everything that I want to cover this week, but you guys got to be patient with me, all right? I'm just a small bean. I'm trying to do my best. All right. Here we go. Oh no. I think there that we're in for maybe a little bit of a blood sport. For what is a blood sport if not the exchange of high-level ideas? Guys, I'm not watching Kyle Kalinski's video. Like, you guys can just go watch Kyle's video.
Why is that relevant?
Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
Somewhat.
Okay, you're
Their
familiar.
doctrines are very
how do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either
it,
you're a
'cause
Christian
I won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
Just to be, I know we jumped right into this without any kind of preamble, really. But this is Jordan Peterson in like one of Jubilee's, one blank versus blank number of blanks. And I think this is one Christian versus 20 atheists. And dude is now saying like he doesn't believe in the premise of the show he is invited on as a guest. Like he just doesn't like, well, I never said that I was a Christian when I signed the documentation to be on one Christian versus 20 atheists. I assumed that I was one of the atheists, and I've been confused this entire time as to why you were all debating me. But anyway, I could be either.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression
private.
I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing, right? You're not.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. The power play. You see, this man, this dragon was truly the chaos this day.
A Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
Look at every single one of them is just like you murdered that man. You killed him. I don't know if I should call the police or not. Am I in danger too? You're dragging his spine behind him. Oh god.
Why is that?
I just need you guys to know, like, I don't know if we're gonna watch this entire thing, but like, Jordan Peterson got rocked just repeatedly by like a bunch of like very young men for the most part, and like I don't know, it's kind of great seeing a room full of babbies just absolutely dumpster truck on this man.
Do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Dude showed up at a theology debate with the dictionary. What do you mean by believe? And what do you mean when you ask what? And what do you mean by do? And who do you mean by you? There are many people in this room, and I am very confused at who you are speaking to, or should I say, to whom you are speaking.
Do you think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say you
circular?
believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true.
This man is dumb as bricks. Mr. Anderson, thank you for the 5 tier 1 memberships over on YouTube. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. You got Shai Halud. You got Nina Turner's Pet Dragon. You got Max Danger. You got Kaylin. You got The Silent Siren. You got a bunch of friendos. Let's go.
And believe.
I said you think it to be true.
All right. So if
What's
you
a
believe
belief?
something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it, and you die for it.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
I would die to defend the idea of this ham sandwich. Okay? I believe in the ham sandwich, and I'm willing to die for that belief. I will stand by it. Just like a good woman stands by her man.
Okay. So then,
How would you define belief? Something you say?
Well, can I explain? Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your
Don't
life.
be so sure.
You.
I would die to defend the fact of that pen's existence. I would take 1,000,000 bullets to prove the existence of one pen. For if we deny the fundamental truth of reality, we are no better than the wolves at our door. I can't. I'm sorry. Just this is like a like old school Dave Chappelle sketch, right? Like this is like old school, like whitest kids you know kind of sketch. Like just like the idea that like a mugger comes up to you with a gun and is like, you know, I'm gonna kill you unless you tell me that pen isn't real. Like this is literally we're in like comedic sketch comedy territory. Good golly, Miss Molly. One-eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Don't know why I didn't read it. Jordan, you are not smart or honest enough for this interview. You are awarded no points, and may cultural Jesus have mercy on your soul. God.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to...
I mean, that's a very different thing, right? Like one is a career, and you had already left that field to pursue being a media star and author who makes millions of dollars doing that. So like it's not really like you gave up your career. I don't know about that one. Well, no, guys, here's the thing. A lot of you are saying he lies. Okay, lying to me would imply that he knows the truth and is saying the opposite of that, or something that is not that. I genuinely think that Jordan Peterson just doesn't. I think he just doesn't know. I don't think he knows, guys.
Save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
I can think of no situation in which a lie would save my wife and children. There is no circumstance under which a lie would keep them safe. Okay, I'm wondering if he's gonna ask like about a gunman, and you lie to the gunman to like save the lives of your wife and child. Like that's where I would go with this.
Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
the more you lie, the more likely it becomes that you are in fact going to be surrounded by gunmen and required to lie like that. It is, in a sense, a kind of moral snowball dragging you down to hell with it.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic, and you're
Oh, okay, yeah. Armed gunmen come into your house, and you lied to keep them safe. Okay.
trying to
know
protect
the
them,
example.
would you lie to like the Nazis? If
I
they're
would have
asking?
done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation
you
to
lie?
begin with. It's a hypothetical.
Jordan Peterson is just like the 10th grader who didn't read the book and needs to pad out their essay way too much with nonsense, increasing the text size by half a point hoping the teacher can't tell.
He really is. Also, just I'm sorry, like, oh man, this clip isn't even close to done yet. Oh my god.
So I wouldn't be in that
Would
situation.
you
I would simply, if I were abandoned on a deserted island and I could only take one item, I would take the item that I can use to flag down one of the satellites from the United States. Okay, I would make sure that it has a transmitter attached to it, a kind of all-in-one device that allows me to send an SOS directly to the satellite network. And you see, I would simply always have this prepared. So that would be the correct response in this scenario. You see, I have defeated the very purpose of your hypothetical.
To begin with. It's a hypothetical, and it's
you
not
can't answer
answerable.
hypotheticals?
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like
What?
that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
today? Did you eat
Don't
today?
play games.
I'm not playing a game. I'm just asking
Yes,
if you
you
ate
are.
it today.
I just told you
Hypothetical?
I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time
Would you lie though? Would you to ensure that you're not in that situation? Would you lie? I'm just curious here. If you would do everything you could, are you saying you would lie to avoid that situation? I don't know. I'm just all right.
you've got there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about, like there could be a Jewish friend that you have, and you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them in
give
your
up on
attic.
that line of questioning.
But like, okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to save
I'm
someone's life.
answering it in
Obviously,
a
that's
manner
not
you
what truth
don't
is.
find acceptable.
Obviously, because I care about
you're-
truth.
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
Obviously, right?
I would simply choose to not exist in that moment. Much like Goku, I would transcend space and time. He's saying he wouldn't hide Jews from the Nazis. I understand that, but like he's also too cowardly to just come out and say that, right? So like what he's trying to do is just avoid engaging with the question at all, and it's making him look so much worse.
Right? Logically, because that's
No.
already happened. Like that's in the past. You don't have a time travel device.
What? For the sake of argument, I do have a time travel device. In fact, in order to avoid lying, I go back in time to find baby
They
Hitler.
might be alive, but their souls would be tainted by the darkness of the lie and would be damned to the fire and brimstone of hell.
The ham sandwich must be defended, indeed. So, I don't know. I genuinely, I don't know if I have the fortitude to cover another one of these. And honestly, I consider Jubilee to be a kind of cancer upon the media ecosystem. However, like, I needed you guys to know this existed. I don't want to like fuel Jubilee any more than I have to. And I feel like this basically gets across the point of what that entire like hour and a half long thing is. And frankly, I think there are better uses of our time tonight. But I just want to really throw out there, you know how I've been dunking on Jordan Peterson lately as just like a real dipshit, like a real grade A dipshit? This is exactly why. Like, he's not a great philosophical thinker, and he never was. He's basically the human equivalent of an AI chatbot, complete with all the flaws. You know, like, he's not, like, he doesn't have a consistent ideology. Jack, in that clip, he cries a few seconds after the TikTok cut it. Good for him. With that being said, we're done with this, okay? Unless there's like overwhelming demand for me to like go through this painstakingly, like I did with the Sam Cedar Jubilee appearance, we're done with this, okay? I did like a 3-4 part Sam Cedar Jubilee extravaganza, just like breaking down each segment of the debate. And it was a lot, and I don't think any other Jubilee segments really deserve that kind of attention. So, I don't know. We'll see how you guys react to this. I don't know. The Sam one was worth it. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I would pay you not to finish it. Hell, pay me anyway. Two Dads Kissing, you're over in Twitch chat today.
Not gonna lie, with this unhinged JBP Jubilee, tomorrow's fun half is going to be cooking. It might actually live up to its name for once since January.
Oh, Pluvius. Pluvius. Guys, I think more of you are aware of this. The Jubilee, this is not even close to the best thing we've got on the menu today, guys. Okay? This isn't even the best thing we've got on the menu. Sorry, you're blue. Town halls will resume again shortly. I think either this Thursday or next Thursday. I don't know the exact day. But there's another recess coming up. I believe. I might be wrong on that. So we'll hopefully get more town halls from that. Right? Am I wrong? Should double check that. Or is it already in recess? Yeah, they're in recess since last Thursday. That's my bad. So hopefully there are more town halls. I'll take a look around tomorrow. I've got so much going on this week. I'm gonna be less on the ball than I have been of late, but hope you'll bear with me. Okay. I saw an article. Fetterman is mad he's being made to do his job to prove he's not too depressed to do his job. Found out he was on the science committee and he was never showing up. Like, why? Dude's brain broken. You know? Like, I'm not a doctor, but I think he's clinically brain broken. Let's see, folks. We've been going for about 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, remember to hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Real quick, I don't even know if this is a segment, to be honest. But I saw this and it made me just irrationally angry. Just gonna present this without comment to start out with. Okay? So yes, that is a man playing Grand Theft Auto 5 in his Tesla Cybertruck while completely not paying attention to the road and doing the the autopilot thing. And I gotta tell you guys, and I do mean this man should go to jail. This man should go to jail. You know, like, I'm sorry. I mean, this is how you die. This is how you kill like a family of 5. You know, this is how you kill like a soccer mom driving all the kids home from the game. Okay, like this is just so goddamn dangerous.
Here, have some of my tax refund money. JBP is showing some real Dragon of Chaos energy with those non-committal Anwers.
Oh, Vox Syndicate, thank you for the $5 dono. I very, very much appreciate that. But like, guys, this technology is not autopilot like Elon Musk has been advertising for years. It is not smart enough to drive. It cannot recognize black pedestrians. Okay? Like, the cameras are shit. It has not been tested enough. The cameras on the cars aren't good enough. The ways in which it processes the data is not clean enough in order to drive safely. And like, it's insane. This shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, this is bizarre as hell. Yeah, like, there's literally a video online of, like, a bunch of people painting a brick wall like the goddamn Looney Tunes Roadrunner, and the Tesla autopilot will just drive right into the fucking wall. That's how bad these cameras are. That's how bad this autopilot is. Okay? Like, it's... I'm not even kidding you guys. Here, let me bring up that video real quick. I'm
gonna try and trick my Tesla's autopilot into running through this Wile E. Coyote painted brick wall. Because unlike other cars that use sensors like radar or LiDAR to see, Tesla
it's nuts. It's nuts.
Famously only rely on simple optical cameras for its autopilot. Now, to a human driver, while that sort of looks convincing, the image processing in our brains is advanced enough that we pick up on the minor visual inconsistencies and we wouldn't hit it. And then a car with LiDAR will of course stop because it's just using a point cloud that detects a wall without seeing the painted image at all.
But, you know, if you're using cameras from 12 years ago that are shit,
my clever ruse is no match for a human or a LiDAR sensor. Question is, can I trick my Tesla into running straight through that wall? Well, as a firm believer in the scientific method, there's only one way to find out.
why is he in it? Because the bricks are foam. Why is he gonna get it? It's their foam. That car like drove through a solid wall. If that had been a brick wall, you know, it would have flattened itself because it was driving at 60 goddamn miles per hour. It drove full speed into a goddamn wall. It Wile E. Coyote'd itself. Okay? So, you know, like, I just don't think that that's a good technology to rely on when you're driving the biggest, fucking heaviest car on the road at all. That the most likely car to explode that is currently on the road. God. Wait, as soon as... Okay, wait.
Turns out my Tesla is less Roadrunner, more Wile E. Coyote. Wow. I'm gonna...
Okay. I'm not gonna watch the full video. It was a joke? Damn it. Okay. Whose Cybertruck exploded? Literally, there have been so many Cybertruck explosions that it is more prone to explosive behavior than the goddamn Ford Pinto, the car that was previously known for its ability to explode. So, like, a lot of people's Cybertrucks have exploded. Do you guys have any idea? 17 more times likely to explode than the previous car that was known for exploding. We had to recover a Cybertruck at one of our construction sites. It was funny as hell. Please tell us more. Literally, if I see one, I will slow down and put as much distance between it and me as possible. I do the same while also flipping it off because fuck those people. Like, I'm sorry. I think there are perfectly valid excuses to make for the other. Like, if you bought like a different kind of Tesla, you know, like the Tesla Model 3 or whatever, like, okay, maybe you're all right. But like, if you bought a Cybertruck, you knew what the fuck you were doing, you know? You spent like $250,000 on this thing after Elon was already full on going nutso, okay? God. It's an unacceptable percentage of explosion. I would say so, yeah. Cybertrucks are $250,000. They're solid stainless steel. They have no crumple zones because they're just a welded steel frame. It's fucking stupid. I'm done. You guys can't get me to talk more about Teslas. I just really think that this guy who drove his Tesla and who let his Tesla drive itself, I guess, while playing Grand Theft Auto 5, I just really think people who do that should go to prison. Like, even legally speaking, you're supposed to have your hands on the wheel when autopilot is engaged, you know? Curmudgeonly sounds. Teslas should be illegal just because of their design. Their nose is not low enough, not big enough windows. They will flatten somebody. You want them to roll over. They are also completely dependent on electrical power. So, like, if you lose electrical power in the Tesla Cybertruck, you just get like locked into the car, which is a huge problem if it's, you know, exploding. Which is one of the things that it's known to do. And that's why a bunch of people have died in their Cybertrucks because of the explosions. Because when the car loses power, you effectively get locked inside. Want to play a video game while in car? Bus, train, taxi, carpool with friend. Yeah, you know, there are plenty of circumstances in which you can play a video game in a moving vehicle. Just not if you're the sole occupant and the driver. If that's the case, you should go to fucking prison. Straighter Raid, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're just talking about, reasons you should probably get sent to prison, among many others. All right. You know what? Let's give you guys... Let's give you guys some content. You guys want some content? Just drip feed you a little bit of content. I'm sorry I hit the microphone. My bad. Now, folks, I want y'all to know that I like you all a lot, okay? I like you all so much. I want to do one of the best things I've seen in years with all of you now, okay? Now, again, support the show, drop those subs, drop those donuts. You guys make it all possible. Make the funny with your text-to-speech mouths, all right? But I need to share this with you, and I want to share it at the top of the show instead of burying it, 4 hours deeper in, okay? And that is, folks, there's a man, the great old noggin, okay? And his name is one Charlie Kirk. Now, Charlie Kirk is a man of real gumption. He's a guy who, he got out of college, got out of high school, refused to go to college, and built an entire career basically off of massive donations from incredibly rich organizations and people, mostly, billionaires, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, well, long story short, he has a vast propaganda network called Turning Point USA. He is, he is a racist. He is a terrible person. He is a fascist. He's a Christian nationalist. And his entire shtick these days is essentially leaning into the Christian nationalism, right? And one of the things that Charlie is famous for historically is debating college students, right? Charlie Kirk loves debating college students. It's an exercise for him to be able to show how big and virile his manly brain is. It allows him to establish his dominance over the intellectual elite of the planet. And he's just generally, that it's the one thing that keeps his mind off of his chronic face wasting disease, the disease that slowly shrinks your face in proportion to your head. It's a tragic condition that affects 1 out of every 8 billion people every year. And, well, Charlie decided he would do this at Cambridge. Now, I don't know if you guys know this about Cambridge, but there are some relatively smart eggs there, okay? And I'm gonna be completely and utterly upfront with you guys. I did watch this, and about 2 minutes in, I said, I should stop watching this and watch it with chat, right? And then I didn't, because I was having too much fun with it. So I have already watched this entire thing. And I can tell you with utmost sincerity, I have no idea why Charlie Kirk uploaded this to his own YouTube channel. Okay? Because this is unironically one of the most legendary thrashings I've ever seen in my life. It's bad. He's basically just destroying himself for our education and entertainment, and it's honestly really cathartic. All right, and I think we can all use a little bit of that. And I'll be providing commentary as well, of course, but it's you know, it goes beyond mere self-own Zara and Joy. Like he's going for like the record book of like self-own, like biggest self-own of all time, kind of in the marketplace of ideas anyway. So let's let's participate in this kink, this public shaming kink that Charlie Kirk apparently has, and I think we'll all have a great time with it. So let's jump in. Charlie Kirk titled this video "Charlie versus 400 Cambridge students and a professor," and I just you fought 400 college students, Charlie. You fought 400 adults and lived to tell the tale. That's very impressive.
Okay.
Let's see how that went for you, shall we? Also, now I'll save this for a deep reveal. If you guys are hooked and intrigued by the concept of this video, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. You guys actually help to make the show a lot better that way. And remember to share the show with your friends. I love it. And my editor tells me that when I tell you to do that, you guys watching the segment do it more, and that's pretty cool. So do those things, please. And with that, let's jump into this, because again, absolutely incredible. And I do have a few criticisms right off the bat before we even get into like actual content of this debate.
To be fair, Poo Poo Bennett uploads all of her L's.
That's true. But I also don't like watching her. And I just want to point out, like, Charlie, you're like a millionaire, right? Like, Charlie, you make millions of dollars. And I know, like, I'm like a relatively poor streamer. You know, I'm able to do this for a living. I'm able to like be okay, but like I'm not wealth money. Charlie Kirk is wealth money, you know? And I just have to point out, why the hell is he wearing goddamn sneakers? Charlie, you're at Cambridge. Why are you wearing an ill-fitting suit in sneakers? The sneakers don't even fit with the suit, Charlie. They don't even fit with the goddamn suit. Have some self-respect, man.
Do the students get sore backs from skull dragging that gigantic skull?
I don't know. Yeah, all I'm saying is badly dressed middle-aged man. Bad vibes.
Thank you. Can we settle down, please? We're going to move on to our questions. Our first question is from Zinaisha Zubair from Sydney, Sussex. Come up and ask a question. And remember, you have the right of response.
I have quite a simple question for you. Now, I know you've debated Dean Withers on Jubilee before. I was wondering why you now refuse to engage with further debate with him.
Wait, hold on. First of all, he's coming on my show this summer, and let me get this straight. I flew 5,000 miles across the world to have you ask why I'm not going to debate a left-wing YouTuber.
Can we just like really take a minute here to just like, he is so thrown off of his game by that question, and also just like so angry. And it's kind of like, you agreed to do a question and answer session, man. Like you kind of did. If they wanted to ask you whether you like peanut butter or jelly sandwiches, like you agreed to take the questions. He looks like he's ready to like rip her in half with his bare hands.
Well, I mean, he continuously tries to get your attention at your campus.
Yeah, right. Yeah, again,
and you just ignore him.
I've debated him twice in the last calendar year. He's coming on my show this summer. Let me be clear. I came to Cambridge to have you ask me that.
I mean, you talk about freedom. I'm just using my freedom of speech to ask you a simple question.
No,
you seem to be dodging it for some reason.
No, I've debated him twice in the last year, and he's coming on this summer for a long-form discussion. But Is this what I can expect?
Yeah, he's making videos about you avoiding him on your
Is this what I can expect? People asking me questions? How dare you? How dare you have the gall?
campus debates.
Yeah,
Right.
we're literally like 30 seconds in and he's already molding, seething, basically a hair's breadth away from crying, you know?
So let me tell you how this works. I do a campus event like at Texas A&M University. I rent it out. I'm there for 3 hours. He shows up demanding to come up to the mic immediately, cutting in line of other students. It's not Joe Biden's America anymore where you can just cut in line and get whatever you want.
What? Can we break this down? Because again, there are so many moments in this entire hour long vid, okay? Where it's like, Joe Biden's America is done, sweetie. You can't just cut in line anymore. You're like, one, you're in the UK, okay? Number one, you're not in Joe Biden's America. You're not even in America, okay? Number two, you're literally the shill for the party that's entire existence is about cutting in line. Like saying, well, actually, you know, you're black, so you can't stand in line. Well, actually, you're a woman, you can't stand in line either. You know, actually, you're not a landowner, you can't stand in line either. Only white, male, cisgender heterosexuals that own land. Those are the only people who can be in line in the Republican America. But like, I find it so fascinating. And number two, okay, or three, whatever number we're on, like, Charlie, is that what Joe Biden did? Like, I'm sorry, Joe Biden made it legal to cut in line. Like, I'm sorry, I must have missed like the executive order where Joe Biden dismantled the line police. You know? Like, I never knew about them at all. I regret only my lack of knowledge and curiosity about the line the line legionnaires. You weren't cutting in line for 4 years like the rest of us? No, I just thought the lines got exponentially longer, you know? I guess I wasn't paying attention. Must have been all that phone and social media.
So therefore, I say, excuse me, Dean, we'll talk at another time. He makes this YouTube video as if I'm scared to debate him, even though I debated him twice in the last year. Does that sufficiently answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you for coming, Charlie.
Now, you'll notice something that just happened, right? There was a small cut. Like, we saw like the Charlie Kirk logo flash on screen to cover a cut. And it's just kind of like, I have to wonder, what did Charlie Kirk have cut out of this? Like what and why did he cut out of this? And it was at this point in my viewing that I went and I looked up what Cambridge uploaded themselves of this conversation. And folks, you'll never believe it. The Cambridge Union Debate forum uploaded a video that is a full 40 minutes longer. And I haven't watched it, of course. I haven't seen it, but I do wonder what all got cut. I wonder what little bits got cut here. So we'll check, and maybe there's nothing dishonest here. Maybe it's just an edit for time. That can happen. But yeah, very, very fascinating stuff. Let's we'll find out later.
my question to you, I mean, I'm a medical student, and so I'm going to throw out the big A word. I know you get asked about it a lot, but I want to hear from you what your opinion is on abortion.
Life begins at conception.
But about abortion specifically, why do you think abortion's wrong specifically?
Well, you agree murder is wrong?
I agree. Okay, so this is where we get to the question, right? Because what is it about murder you say is wrong? Like, why is murder wrong?
Well, because it's a human being, not just because it has consciousness or because it's of a certain age, because it's a human.
And what is it that gives human being this moral worth?
Not its consciousness necessarily.
I didn't say it's consciousness.
I know, I can imagine it because it is a human being, because it has a soul.
And what is this soul? Where does this come from? This idea that it's...
Exactly. I mean, again, the Greeks postulated that it is the entirety of your being. Okay, you guys can...
And in certain Japanese traditions, it's located in the butt. You know, like up the anus. You know, like that's... Fun fact, guys, completely unrelated. Did you know that in the hit video game Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice, there's a monster that if it kills you will rip something out of your character's butt. And a lot of people were really confused by that, but that's actually based on like a mythological creature. Yes, the Kododama Travenoid that eats the souls of humans by, you know, taking it out of their butts. Yeah, literally ripping you a new anus. And so, look, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not a fancy Cambridge medical doctor, but you know, I just think it's worth pointing out different historical traditions about where the soul might be, since you know Charlie wants to subscribe to the Greek idea of where the soul is. I think we should just compare that to where other societies typically thought the soul might be. So, you know, the more you know. Da, 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 da.
And laugh, I mean, it's true. I mean, every civilization has had a different belief, but agreed upon ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West and what the birth certificate of my country articulates, is that every human being is more than just matter, it's more than just a clump of cells, but it also has an invisible element to you that will live beyond you.
Fine, so, I mean, can you say that comes from the Bible, or where else do you get that from?
Ethical monotheism, which is the creed of the West. And again, the Declaration of Independence mentions God 4 times. The founders were explicitly believed, not in a secular morality, but a divinely given one.
The founders did not, like, in order to arrive at this conclusion, Charlie has to torture like a series of terms that might, if you squint hard enough, unite these people. These people did not agree. The founding fathers did not agree religiously. Okay, like I think it was John Adams, or I think it was John Adams. No, Thomas Jefferson? No, I think Jefferson famously had his own version of the Bible where he stripped out literally every like mystical element of it and just left it with just left it with like the facts, right? And so the Jefferson Bible is like just one of many other examples. And it's just
no wonder I felt joy whenever my soul is filled. Crab emoji.
Hey, Alexa Crab, thank you for the $5 super chat.
At least this idea that there is a God and you are not him. And let me ask you, what is the first stage of human development?
So the first, I mean, this is the thing.
If I recall correctly, the best label you could apply to a large portion, but not all of the founding fathers, was deism. Okay, like they did not have explicitly Christian beliefs, and trying to frame them as Christian beliefs is like frankly ahistorical and vaguely heretical from my point of view.
Right, we can take it from the sperm being generated in the father and the oocyte being generated in the mother, right? They fuse at birth, conception, sorry. The only thing that happens at conception is these 2 cells fuse.
No,
right?
DNA is created. A zygote.
DNA is not created.
A DNA, no, that's not true. The DNA,
Charlie,
DNA coding at the zygote. Hold on, time out.
Yeah, I'll let you finish.
Does a zygote have a unique marker?
Charlie,
does a zygote have a unique
you
marker?
have to let me speak. You have
But answer it, yes or no.
Charlie,
Does a zygote have a unique marker?
Define a unique marker.
Meaning, can you differentiate the DNA coding between the mother and the zygote if you examine it under a deoxyribonucleic acid analysis? Can you?
Can I just point out, like, Charlie, you can tell that Charlie is pressed when he says the entire, like, name of DNA. Okay? No one who is under, like, no one who is not pressed says deoxyribonucleic acid. Okay, he's doing that to try and be like, I'm intellectually strong and virile, and it's just like, no, you can just say DNA, a DNA test. Oh, okay, like a DNA test, Charlie. That's what one would call that.
Only purely because the addition comes from the father.
Oh,
Dino DNA.
So it is something different.
Charlie, DNA is not created. DNA is not created. You have, the father has his own genome. The mother...
Man, I do love when we're less than 5 minutes in and Charlie Kirk is having the birds and the bees explained to him. Like,
mother has her own genome. They fuse. This is why you have the same characteristics, similar ones to your mother, similar ones to your father. That's why you have similar characteristics to your siblings. DNA is not created, right? So when you ask me, where does a human being come from? I can say to you, it starts at conception, but all conception is these two cells joining, right? But these two cells were created, the mother cells were created long before, they were created when she was a fetus. So there's none of this DNA being produced, right? So we can't establish, the only thing that happens at conception is these two cells fuse. Now this idea that means that for some reason, suddenly that moral worth comes in, but it wasn't there before when you had these two cells who had half the gene.
Yeah, no, okay, you know how, like, almost every time we talk about, like, the abortion issue, I bring up, like, every sperm is sacred, right? Part of the reason I do that is because of exactly what this guy is bringing up. Like, this idea that, like, oh, you know, suddenly, like, you combine these two things and, like, oh, it has human worth now. It has, like, it has a soul because you combine these two things. No, that doesn't make sense. Explain it. Like, you have to, like, do more mental labor than that.
The DNA. But suddenly there's a
correct. Yeah, something magical happens at that.
It's not magic.
Something magic happens. A stork gets a letter from God and then flies a baby to your mama. Like, what are you doing, man?
Magical, Charlie. We know about this.
Well, hold on.
Charlie.
Time out. Hold on.
Like, I'm sorry if you have to be like, yeah, you know, science just is magic. It's an inexplicable process that science can't explain. And it's like, no, actually, it's very capable of explaining it.
Charlie, I promise you, I'm not trying to score points. I'm not trying to score points on you. This is genuine.
We call it the miracle of life for a reason. We've not been able to yet replicate human life development outside of the womb.
We call it the miracle of life because, yes, it's something beautiful, the ability to form a new...
Magical.
It's not... You say magical as in, oh, it's beautiful, it's an incredible thing that happens, of course. But it's not incredible in the sense we don't know what's going on. There's no...
It's like saying, you know, like, you had a miraculous day. You know, you pulled off a miraculous feat. It doesn't necessarily mean magic happened. You know, like, you can have just, like, a freak occurrence and it's not magic and it's perfectly explicable. You know, like, a good example that maybe Charlie would understand, like, you know, it was a pretty big miracle that, like, Donald Trump, like, it was miraculous. He turned his head at the precise moment and, like, a bullet didn't, you know, pummel it into goo. And it's just like, wow, that is pretty miraculous, but it's not because we don't understand, like, the factors at play. It's not because we're like, oh yeah, literal magic happened. It's just a series of events and coincidences and, like, you know, flukes of, you know, nature. And it's not, like, inexplicable at any step of that. You know?
New DNA being coming out of nowhere.
Hold on, but time out. Isn't there a separate DNA though than the mother? Like,
yes, from the father.
Okay, yes, but
This is where I was just like, God damn, this is good, and I'm gonna show it the chat. But I'm gonna watch the rest of it too.
Then, yes, but it's not the father's DNA either. A new coding is created.
Charlie,
you are a blend of the two. And so when did your life begin?
Okay, so
when did your life begin?
I mean, again, this comes from what you define as where life starts. You can say life starts at conception, but I'm telling you, I believe that's just an arbitrary point, right? That's just the moment these two cells fuse. Now, you say about this mother thing. So the way DNA is arranged in a cell is it's arranged in chromosomes. Chromosomes are paired up, so you have one from the mother, one from the...
Wait, artificial wombs are ready for testing? Really? I thought we were years away from that. Oh my god. Want to conduct human trials on supporting premature babies outside of their mother's bodies. Okay, so it's not like fully ready to like take a baby from like conception to like ready to be born. But I guess this would be a pretty important step. That is so freaky. That is so freaky. We are so... Guys, we are so fucking close to like making Hideo Kojima's entire life. Do you guys have any idea what that kind of technological breakthrough would do to that man? His ego would literally explode. He would just literally just be like, "Yep, my video games predict the future. I am God. Worship me. I will bring us to the second sun." And we'll just be like, what does that even mean? And he will be like, follow me. And then like walk off a cliff, but instead of falling, he'll just, ascend to the stars. And not because of anything spiritual, but because like he's like somehow found a way to fold space and time using a lighter and, a configuration of different spiritual cheese. Is that a placenta just like sitting in a breaker? Yes, it is.
The father, typically, in a healthy individual, right? Now, you can take those maternal chromosomes out and you can find that this is who the person's mother is. And you can do the same with the father. Now, the reason you are different to your mother and father is because some of those chromosomes express genes that are different from each other. And so those genes interact and that's what gives rise to you, right? But there's no space for any kind of moral framework to come into that until you consider that a human...
Also, I should probably finish Death Stranding because I genuinely have no idea what was going on in that game.
Being is capable of consciousness and of suffering. But if you take that out of the equation, the fact that these two DNA, whatever they call molecules, right? These two DNA molecules are fusing, that does not suddenly flip a switch that attributes moral worth to that individual.
Like, honestly, like, if your only response to that is, nuh-uh, it's magic, like, you're gonna look pretty goddamn stupid.
I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to score points.
Right, then,
I'm trying to understand.
by what moral standard do you believe that?
I believe that if an individual is capable of suffering, then it's wrong. Now, can I explain my opinion on abortion, just so you can understand? I would agree, as many reasonable people would, that at 9 months, it's unreasonable to expect someone to get an abortion, right? Unless you have some extreme circumstances. But for an elective abortion seems a bit radical to me. But it also seems radical to say that a woman who has just, the cells have just fused, to deny her of an abortion also seems wrong to me. Because that zygote is not capable of suffering, as far as we know.
So by what moral standard? Is that just your opinion? Where did you get that moral standard from?
Because suffering is a bad thing. We all know suffering is a bad thing. That's an objective fact, right?
Well, hold on. So you do believe in objective morality?
I believe that suffering is an objectively negative
So if you can't feel it, is it okay?
What do you mean if you can't?
You can't feel the pain, is it okay to inflict the pain?
In the sense that if no one's suffering from it, if you have a scenario where nobody is suffering from something, then yes, of course. Something is only a moral question if it affects someone's well-being.
So let me just make sure I understand this correctly.
I mean, like, to an extent, yeah. I mean, I think something can be a moral question, perhaps, in the absence of that. But like, as a functional, like, on your feet definition, I have no qualms with that. at all, you know?
That if it doesn't affect their well-being, so dementia patients that don't know who they are or where they're from, can we execute dementia patients because they're confused about their well-being?
Can you imagine a scenario?
Or Alzheimer's patients.
Charlie,
Alzheimer's patients don't really know much about anything. Can we schedule them for execution because they can't technically suffer?
I'll respond. So can you imagine a scenario where we lived in a society where we killed people when they suffered from dementia, were incapable of suffering, and we killed them, right? It's not a scenario that involves an absence of suffering. There's still suffering involved. Imagine you grow up thinking, my dad could be killed at any moment because he's going to get dementia. Imagine living your life thinking, I could get dementia and suddenly I'd be killed by my state.
Imagine a world where you slaughter 1 million babies every year in America.
Charlie, it's not slaughter. That's the problem.
Hold on. If it's a forcible removal from the umbilical cord.
Hold on. If you are clipping your fingernails, that's a forcible removal of human tissue from the body. Hold on. If you scratch your hand, that's a forcible removal of living human cells from your body. You are killing life. With every movement you make, with every moment you exist through time, you are killing human life. You know, like, this argument is, I find not particularly moving, you know? Like, again, and you guys all know where I stand on this issue, right? Like my general position is just that even if you grant full personhood to like whatever version of a fetus you want to have, it still would not be right to force women to give birth. I do not like, if you can't force men to like give up their kidneys, you can't force a corpse to give up its organs. You can't like, you know, that's just true in our society, right? I don't think there is any justification for forcing a woman to be pregnant. Like, I think, like, if you're forcing someone to use that bodily autonomy to say, like, even in this scenario, like saving a life, you fully granted that's another human life. You can't force someone to use their autonomy that way. You know? Yeah, like, it's just not, we wouldn't allow it for like a corpse to be used to keep someone alive. Well, we certainly shouldn't allow that for, you know, a living woman to be used that way to keep someone alive. And again, that's just granting like Charlie Kirk's, you know, life begins at conception argument right off the bat. And like, I'm glad to see like an attack on the very concept of life begins at conception, because it's always kind of been, as pointed out, arbitrary bullshit. You know? Corpses do keep people alive. Yeah, people who donate their corpse organs. Like, if you are an organ donor on your driver's license, that means that if you die, they can take your organs and give them to someone else. If you are not an organ donor, they can't take your organs. At least here in the United States. Can't speak to other places on the planet, of course.
Of another human life. Again, we have clarity but not agreement. Biologically, you know that your entire coding began at conception. Your coding,
that's
your
what,
uniqueness.
That's what I'm denying. I disagree with that.
Okay, when those two cells fused together, to use your terminology, yes, that is where the process of human
accepted terminology.
In the interest of time, can we bring this question to a close?
The process of human development objectively begins at that moment. Therefore, those human beings.
I mean, that objectively, like, you can actually take it a step backward. Like, when did those component parts begin being developed? You know, like whether it's the egg inside of like a uterus, which, you know, those eggs were created like when they were like in utero, like, or you were talking about the sperm, like we're suddenly talking about like a very inconvenient part of Charlie's argument, which is why he and people who believe in this life begins at conception really want life to begin at conception, because if it doesn't, it provides so many different problems for them that it becomes an untenable idea.
Deserving of human rights. We keep going, or do you want to?
No, thank you. Yeah, you can finish.
The process
You're
of
welcome,
development
Paladin.
begins from the moment the sperm is being generated in the father, the moment the eggs are being generated in the mother. To say that suddenly the moral worth switches on when they fuse doesn't make any sense. That's just a point you
It makes perfect sense, because that is...
No, it doesn't make sense. Why not pick the moment that one cell divides for the first time? Why not pick the moment when, like, the 1 millionth cell is created? Why not, like, it's perfectly arbitrary. You're just picking one moment in time, you know?
When your journey as a human being, when the sperm and egg were separate, you were not yet a fused human being. You were not created uniquely.
DNA.
Yeah, but also, like, if you're gonna make that argument, Charlie, like, a fetus in utero is also not a fully created human being, is it? Like, it can't just, like, come out, walk around, say, "Hey guys, how's it going? Love being part of the union. I love my workers' rights." Squelch, 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 because obviously it squelches. Like, that's not. It's not a fully grown person yet. I like it's just this argument is bad, and people making it should feel bad because it's so bad.
DNA existed. Your DNA existed. I thought.
Well, no, the parts of your DNA existed. Your DNA did not exist. It's like saying that we have a full car just because we have all the.
Yeah, but also, like, Charlie, if you're going on, like, well, it's when your DNA existed. DNA changes over time. You know, the DNA you have as a newborn baby is going to be different from the DNA you have, 80 years later. It's going to be different later. Like, I think it's something like every 7 years, all the cells in your body are different. And as a result, like, there are different environmental factors. There are random mutations that happen that can, like, change parts of your genetic makeup. Like, it's not like. So does that mean, like, you're just a complete in Charlie's universe, like, you just get a new soul every 7 years? That seems bizarre to me if that's his argument, right? I have a fetus in my union. Checkmate, atheist.
I squelch in solidarity with our hardworking union fetuses.
I like this bit a lot. Thank you for the $5 dono, Pluvius.
Parts. It was not yet put together until conception happens, and the
literally begin engaging in the fetus version of the ship of Theseus. the fetus of Theseus. The ship of Fetusius. I have to stop. We have to move on. I can't.
Zygote was formed. Thank you. I think we have to
Can
get
we move on to the next question, please? Thank you.
You know about Patriot Mobile and what they stand for. I've talked.
Boy, howdy. I don't know about Patriot Mobile. Please tell me more. I'm going to Google it real quick. Patriot Mobile. Tell me more. I want to know what's going on with whatever like scam is associated with this. Tell us more, Charlie.
To you about their commitment to family, faith, and freedom. But if you
That's right. It's the first Christians only mobile phone company. Before we send you a phone, you have to take a 20-part survey proving you've read every single book of the Bible. That's right, every book of the Bible. If you skipped one, we'll know, and we're gonna come for you, motherfucker. In this life or the next.
The Ship of Fetuses sounds like a great name for a metal band.
It does.
Made the switch yet? You'll get exceptional nationwide coverage on America's best networks without sacrificing your.
It's the best network because it's the only network that can plug into God.
The ship of fetuses. I think we need a llama with a hat to put that one together.
Thank you for the $5 dono, One-Eyed Heathen and Pluvius.
Values. Get unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, and even a backup line on your phone. Patriot can do it all. Switching is easy. Keep your number, your phone, or get a new one. Go to patriotmobile.com/Kirk25.
PatriotMobile.com.
My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's fetus. And I'll stick with the union until all the bosses are defeated. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's fetus, and I'll stick with the union till all the bosses fetus. Feeded. Damn it. I was trying to make it rhyme a little bit. Damn it. Oh, God. Thank you for the $10 dono, Paladin. I really appreciate it. I'm having too much fun with this. Fun fact, you know how this is being pitched as like a mobile phone company, but for patriots? They lease it from T-Mobile and AT&T. So literally it's just a rebranded T-Mobile/AT&T phone. Just in case you guys are wondering, like, how does this work? They literally just leech off of T-Mobile and AT&T to dupe, shit-eating conservatives into using money on it. So that's fun. Let's see. Can we anything else? Anything else? Oh, it was apparently last year it had a data breach so severe that the hackers were able to get subscribers' full names, email addresses, home zip codes, and account numbers. And apparently that applied not just on like subscribers to the phone site, but also on the website itself. So the phone service and the website were both compromised. So yeah, I don't know. Just throwing that out there. Maybe don't go with that. Also, apparently they're making Republican super PACs to get various Republicans elected to school boards in Texas, and that's partly why school boards in Texas be wildin', because just this company is pouring their phone scam money into various school board races. That's a thing that's happening now.
Octomom, the original ship of fetuses.
Thank you for the $5 dono, Turtle Chum. Here we go. Back to this.
Or call 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code KIRK25 for a free month of service.
So first of all, my first question, or my only question is, you've advocated and applauded the reducing and removing of public funding for universities on the grounds they promote ideological biases. Given that universities play a critical role in driving national innovation, research, and upward mobility,
I'm sailing away. Set an open course for the virgin me. 'Cause I've got to be free to face the gestation that's ahead of me.
Oh, Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. I'm actually having a really good time tonight. I'm just feeling good. God. The minor fetus is gonna haunt this stream, isn't it?
especially through federally funded grants. How do you reconcile this position with the broader societal value that higher education institutes offer?
Well, they can, but in Harvard's case, for example, who's getting their funding pulled, they have a $50 billion endowment. Just so we are clear, in pounds, that would be like what, 42 billion, 45 billion? I mean, I'm trying to learn the conversion rate here. I mean, it's an extraordinary amount of money. They can either use their endowments to fund it, and if you have certain behavior and certain practices.
Okay, here's the thing that Charlie gets wrong. When we're talking about funding that's being cut from Harvard, we're talking about money that was paid to Harvard to cover research that the government wanted to be done. Like, this is payment for services rendered. It's not funding. It's literally what you were paying them to do. Like, you wanted the research from one of the most elite and prestigious universities with the best facilities on the planet, and you were giving them money to get that. Like, this isn't like funding for the day-to-day operation of the university. This is grants dedicated to research for particular ends useful to the government and society at large. Like, that's not like again, like, oh, well, you know, the university would just use its should just use its endowment to pay itself to do the research the government requested. That doesn't make sense.
Then you should not get federal funding. Harvard is in direct violation of the United States Supreme Court fair.
True, and if Harvard pays the money, they get to dictate the research, and they like have ownership over the results of it. True.
Admissions case, which says you cannot discriminate people based on the color of their skin. Go ahead.
But isn't the whole point of it? You can't use endowments like that. The point of
they can.
The point of an endowment is to manage a fund through perpetuity. Cambridge has an endowment, and that endowment allows professorships to be funded to allow for research into sciences. That's the whole point of an endowment.
You just said it funds research into sciences.
Yeah, but it funds that by not paying out of the endowment. The bigger the endowment becomes, the more money it generates. And then it uses that money to fund more things. Like, if it's generating interest, that's what they use to fund the things.
That's what they should do with their monstrosity of an endowment.
Yeah, but the endowment is...
The interest alone on their endowment could fund the entire research and development budget of most Ivy League schools. They have a $50 billion endowment. Even like a...
Yeah, but they're using it to, like, hire and maintain professors and staff and facilities. Like, they're using it already. It's not just sitting there.
Dunk money manager in America can earn a 7 to 10% investment in the markets the last couple of years. That's $5 billion of returns that endowment could then reinvest in whatever they want. Instead, Harvard
they already do that.
Has become a hedge fund with a radical school attached. And I think that's very wrong for U.S. taxpayers to continue to subsidize.
But
it's not subsidizing it. We're paying for services.
Not just Harvard. You've called on colleges being a scam. You've constantly attacked higher education institutes. You've attacked liberal arts as a scam. For example, like a lot of conservatives, Peter Thiel studied philosophy at Stanford. Ronald Reagan studied sociology. A lot of them did study liberal arts, and you keep undermining these august institutions, which have provided a lot for society. Like society.
Also, like, props to this guy for using the word August. I always love when people throw that in there.
Society's backbones have been universities and higher learning institutes, and yet you keep attacking them.
Well, they used to be largely.
You know, this is like watching a conservative Michael Scott try to bumble through completely unprepared for like a debate scenario. You know, he's just conservative Michael Scotting his way through this. You know, he's I declare bankruptcy. I don't know if The Office is probably too old of a reference point for many of you. This is just like when the Skibbity Toilet Armies turned the tide in episode 59 of the Skibbity Toilet series. There we go. Nailed it.
But again, I don't want to speak too much about this country, but in America, they don't represent fundamental American values. You know, Peter Thiel, after he graduated Stanford, wrote an entire book criticizing college and then paying.
Did you know that Peter Thiel is a moron? Did you know Peter Thiel literally thinks that like he can just like create his own little fascist state in Greenland? That like did you know that? That's like his entire life goal at this point. Like I don't think he's that bright. Let me put it that way.
For a guy who rails against socialism all the time, Charlie Kirk sure is a fan of being publicly owned. BWA.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yup. Boom, we got him.
People not to go to college. So Peter Thiel, who spoke at this very school, and you guys had a great conversation with him, do you know that he believes college is such a scam? He would pay.
You guys are saying The Office is like 12 years old, right? Am I wrong? When was the last episode of The Office? Just real quick. The Office. 9 seasons. So 2014. It's 11 years old.
People $100,000 a year for 20 years straight not to go to college. So not exactly a good argument in your favor. Peter Thiel, who got a philosophy degree, made billions of dollars.
Sorry. The series finale of The Office is 11 years old. The Office itself started in the United States 15 years ago, if I'm being correct. 15? No, not that can't possibly be right. It started in 2009. Wait a minute. Right? No. 16 years old. Whatever. I can't math.
And has now forked over tens of millions of dollars for people.
Wait, it started in 2005. It's 20 years old. Damn. I misread when it started. I thought that 9 was a 5. I need glasses.
Not to go to U.S. universities and colleges.
Yeah, but it's not just Peter Thiel.
I know, but you mentioned him. I didn't. But to complete the point is that
Thomas went to did liberal arts.
Look, in America, there are far too many people going to college. We need people to become welders, electricians, people that work with their hands. There is a major trade deficit problem in the United States. We have 11 million well-paying jobs that we cannot find enough labor for, and instead we have a lot of people going to university to go study North African lesbian poetry. It might sound good, but it doesn't necessarily, A, either development the content, the character, or the development of the soul, and B, it does not necessarily also give you the skills necessary. Some college is good for you. I'm a big proponent of Hillsdale College.
Guys, can you please be quiet?
I believe Hillsdale College is America's greatest college, and I'm a big proponent of that.
Really? Really? You think Hillsdale College is one of America's greatest educational institutions? On what grounds? What achievements? Is this because you're like financially involved with the college? Just real quick, I'm gonna Google Hillsdale College, Charlie Kirk. Let's see. Oh, he speaks a lot at Hillsdale College. That's wild. He frequently talk. I'm sorry. Here's a quote from him from 2 years ago.
Falling, the citizen is rising, and Charlie Kirk is leading the way.
Come back. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. What do we have, guys? I think Hillsdale College, the wonderful Hillsdale College. I think so highly of them. They're wonderful. Look, as students start going back to school, do you think they'll be learning about foundational principles? They'll probably be learning about trans surgeries. There is no truth.
I mean, if they're going to like a surgical school, they're going to learn about trans surgeries. Sure. Yeah.
It is depressing what most kids learn when they go to college. I just hope you as parents are prepared, and grandparents, when you send that kid off to college, you may never see them again. You have been warned. Unless you send them to Hillsdale College, then you'll see a better version of your kid or grandkid. One that is...
So, just to be clear, in Charlie Kirk's world, if you send your kid off to college, it's basically a coin flip whether or not they come back to you alive or in a body bag. Like, heads, you come back to me, son. Tails, I never see you again. My daughter. Like what? A single tear rolls down his coal mining cheek.
Wise, understands wonder, goodness, beauty, virtue. They don't teach any of that stuff at most campuses. Just look at Arizona State University. Hillsdale College is America's greatest college. And I want to
Jesus Christ, he's still talking about it.
Tell you that Hillsdale College is extending its teaching to K through 12 students and lifelong learners. I am currently finishing my in-depth study of the Old Testament, and then I'm going to get right back into these online courses. It's amazing. Hillsdale College, you could check.
Oh, so I guess Charlie Kirk has been going to college. He suddenly found the value of higher education.
Check out in Primus. I got to tell you, I've got to know Larry Arnn really well.
I don't care who that is.
He's become a mentor. He's become a friend. I learned so much from him. Hillsdale is this beacon. There's so much negativity in the country. You can benefit from Hillsdale for free.
There's so much negativity in this country, and trans people should be eliminated. Like, you can't square these ideas.
Returning to the Bay Area, Teal capitalized on the dot-com boom. With financial support from friends and family, he raised $1 million toward the establishment of Teal Capital Management.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. First of all, Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. But are you trying to tell me that suddenly all of us are looking down on a hardworking, intelligent, shrewd businessman who worked his way up from nothing just because he got a small loan of $1 million? Just a small $1 million loan. Anyone could do it. Anyone can make the American dream work when they've got a lot of fascism, a little gumption, and a small loan of $1 million. Anyone can make it here in America. Why, I heard of someone who started selling dirt pies from a wooden stand. And you want to know something? That business never took off because they forgot the most important part. A small loan of $1 million. That's the best part of the American dream. just obviously none of us could have done what Peter Thiel did with a small loan of $1 million. It's just, totally impossible for us. We're just not smart enough, you see, to make that additional step of getting that small loan of $1 million.
But I would ask a question. In your own words, what do you believe the purpose of college is?
It's critical engagement. But coming back to your point on lesbian poetry or whatever.
Can we just take a moment to be like, I love how this guy in particular just casually bats aside Charlie's attempt to deflect the conversation. Just it's critical engagement. But can we go back to your idea that it's totally pointless to study art and philosophy? What?
North African lesbian poetry.
North African lesbian poetry. So in the morning
we're getting to a point. I have a lot to say.
Actually had a lecture on development policy, and one of the key authors on sort of development economics is Nussbaum, who talks about how liberal arts sort of engages you critically. And one could argue, even not African lesbian poetry, I don't think that's a degree. I think that's just a module within a degree.
This guy's like straight up being like, I've evaluated your proposal of like a degree, and I think you'd actually have multiple other categories of study outside of that. I don't think it would be a degree in and of itself. I'm guessing that this guy is getting some kind of degree in in education. Just like I've actually been getting my degree in how to make a syllabus most effectively for my students.
Maybe.
Yeah. That makes you.
The fact you don't know shows how rotten to the core universities have become.
You're taking one example and telling conservatives and hordes of young people that college is a scam. College isn't a scam. I mean, I took my mum down to a pub just down the road where Watson and Crick announced DNA. College.
Guys, can we? Okay, wait 1 second.
If college.
That's badass. That's a good place to take your mom. Like that'd be cool. You know, like that. Good idea.
If college is a scam, then DNA wouldn't have been discovered. With cancer research.
Yes, hold on a second. Yes, you're right. At this specific university, you guys split the atom. You had Sir Isaac Newton. You had some of the greatest minds of the West. I don't know about what's happening here, and I'm not going to criticize it. But at most colleges in the West, they've gone away from.
Yeah. I'm not talking about here. I'm talking about like some imagined college. You know, if you squint your mind a little bit, you can imagine a college where they teach things that only the things you don't like. You know, if you really work hard at it, you can in fact imagine a colossal university where they only teach things you don't like. Which, you know, I'm guessing in the 90s for Charlie Kirk, that included, you know, Harry Potter, obviously, because of the witchcraft. Oddly enough, some certain things have occurred since then, and now Charlie Kirk is very much in favor of those books for reasons unknown. Who can say? Maybe the transphobia has since outweighed the use of witchcraft.
Places of inquiry and appreciation of what is good and what is beautiful, and into this incessant oppression Olympics of trying to deconstruct the core canon that is our birth certificate. I don't know if that's happening here. It's certainly.
That's not true.
Can we like just keep in mind what he's saying here? To deconstruct the core canon of our society.
The core canon that is our birth certificate.
Sorry, our birth certificate. His idea here, and it is word salad, true, Harold. But to parse the word salad just a little bit, he's basically saying that like the historical works of, like, you know, mostly white dead guys is our birthright as, you know, people who exist in the West. You know, like we just all own it because we're in the West.
Not only is Charlie Kirk a two-faced rat, but both faces are too small for his head.
And they're both very racist.
I don't know if that's happening here. It's certainly.
That's not true, though.
In America, it is objectively true, okay?
That isn't true.
Again, no, first of all, they removed Western civilization as a core course in Stanford in the 1990s. They tried to bring it back with petitions.
Wait, yeah, they removed Western civilization as a core course because people just started learning about all civilizations instead of just Western ones, because we got more information from all of the efforts researching various civilizations around the globe. Like, the reason they removed Western civilization is because our basis of knowledge got exponentially larger. Like, that's why we changed that. Because suddenly we had like this intersection of worldwide ideas and knowledge, and it turns out that a lot of cool things were happening elsewhere in the planet. You know, it turns out other people besides Western civilization can do cool things. We can actually. It's possible.
And the university said, no, teaching Western civilization is racist. Shakespeare is not taught at major. Let me finish. Shakespeare is not taught at major universities across America.
That is absolute. Okay. English major here. Hello. Hi, I spent 3 years getting a bachelor's degree in English literature, and I can tell you, I took like literally like almost 3 years, like a year and a half worth of classes on Shakespeare. I wrote so many papers on Shakespeare, and I was in college like 12 years ago. So like it's not this isn't crazy. It wasn't a long time ago. Like they didn't suddenly decide Shakespeare was racist. What they did was what English majors have been doing for the past century, which is just apply critical reading and analysis to different historical texts. And yeah, through some of those lenses, like different colonial lenses, different economic lenses, different racial lenses, you can arrive at different readings of texts, but that doesn't mean you stop studying the texts. What we're talking about when we're talking about like, oh, we stopped teaching Western civilization or whatever, is that we just broaden the amount of stuff that we teach about. But you can still take a class on like medieval European military history. And I know that because I did. I took that class. It was very good. And like, you can also take so many classes on Shakespeare. I took like 3 or 4. I don't remember how many. So like, again, this idea that like, oh, they stopped teaching Western civilization. Oh, no, they didn't. They just got more specific on different parts of Western civilization, and the base of knowledge got bigger. Simple as. English lit here. You literally could not get an English lit major at Duke without taking Shakespeare. Yeah. I don't think Shakespeare was required for me, but like I like Shakespeare. So like I studied some of it. I will say though, Merry Wives of Windsor sucks butt.
Because it's deemed as racist. I talked to some students earlier in the English department, and they said, hey, I'm studying Shakespeare. I said, that's refreshing because in a lot of US schools, they don't teach Shakespeare because he's called racist. You would be surprised at how...
Imagine like Charlie is just like, colleges are simultaneously so powerful that they can dictate like societal knowledge, right? And at the same time, they're completely and utterly cowed if something is just called racist. Like, Charlie would know maybe if he had gone to more college, but actually, like, people on college campuses are really interested in, like, investigating racism, investigating like different racial dynamics and characteristics, and like how that manifests in like literature and media and stuff. That's actually like a huge thing and component of like the critical thinking skills that they teach at the university level. And it's like really, really interesting. It's really, really fun to like learn how to appreciate the things you may have already known and loved through a different lens and in a new light, to get more stuff out of the things that you are consuming and experiencing that are in the world of art. You know, that makes things way more interesting, actually.
How wretched to the core some of these colleges have become in America.
If you look at the Global Innovation Index, America, which is predominantly a lot of their majors are in humanities and liberal arts, they're number 2 on the Global Innovation Index. China is somewhere near 13. If you look at every metric, a Fortune 1000 CEOs, 40...
So someone not from the US, what is Western civilization even supposed to be? Excellent question, Sabcat, and it's left deliberately vague on purpose. Like it's left deliberately vague, right? Because when Charlie is saying Western civilization, he's making this appeal to an idea of like a unified cultural block that a lot of white supremacists and like fascists believe exists between like, you know, European, you know, most European nations and America and like South Africa and Australia and like, you know, Canada. And really all it is whiteness. It like that is really what it boils down to for them. Like it's just their way of saying whiteness as opposed to like actual specifics. And they'll make like appeals to like, oh, well, we mean English common law, or we mean Judeo-Christian values that shaped all of the political apparatuses in these places. You know, that's what we mean, except that like Judeo-Christian values have shaped a lot of values in a lot of other places that they conveniently leave off of Western civilization, you know? So it's just kind of it's white nationalist propaganda.
50% did humanities and liberal arts. There is a value in liberal arts, yet you're criticizing
Yes,
it.
and I'm going to keep on criticizing it. Also, the vast majority of liberal arts graduates do not respect freedom of speech. That is an empirical poll. They increasingly do not have reverence or gratitude for the United States of America. They don't care about the core values of the U.S. Constitution. If you want to go to college, that's fine. But
If you have a like say an English major, you just don't care about the Constitution, apparently. That's his argument is like, yes, you got a degree in not STEM. Well, you just hate the Constitution. It's insane bullshit. Like, I hope you guys realize he's just crazy here, you know?
in our country, 40% of kids that enter college do not graduate. The kids that do graduate, half of them end up getting jobs that do not require any sort of college degree. There are all these made-up degrees. In America, I know it's different than the experience you might be having here. Your tutoring system here is objectively great. I'm glad you guys have it. The class sizes in America are 400 to 500 students, sometimes per introductory course. To go hundreds of...
Excellent comment, Shoot Bang. To be honest, as a Jewish guy, I'm tired of hearing about Judeo-Christian values when they are just evangelical Christian values and generally have no regard for Jews or our beliefs. It's dishonest BS hiding behind us. Absolutely. 10,000%. And there are a number of people who go along with it on like the Jewish end of things, like Dennis Prager or Ben Shapiro, but like there's a reason why like Ben Shapiro's co-worker Candace Owens left the Daily Wire to begin, Nazi posting about Jewish conspiracies. Like it's because like this concept of Judeo-Christian values is not nearly as unified when it actually comes down to brass tacks. Like it is kind of a unification around like this white nationalist idea, and then it breaks down at some point because the center cannot hold.
Of thousands of dollars into debt, study things that don't matter to find jobs that do not exist. And so let me just make one final point, is that, of course, some people should be going to college, but generally in the United States of America, it has become a racket of debt, it has become a burden, and a place where we're actually not putting our best and brightest into the job field itself to be equipped for the jobs of the future. Instead, we have a lot of baristas at Starbucks with philosophy degrees.
You also mentioned indoctrination. As per the Oxford Dictionary's definition of indoctrination, it means that you take a belief and you can't critically observe that belief. Turning Point USA has over 30,000 chapters, 3,000 chapters across US universities. So are you arguing that students, including conservatives, lack the critical thinking skills to sort of decide political ideologies, political beliefs, that they're so dumbfounded that they can't decide for themselves what's right and what's wrong, and that your whole premise is on the fact that students like us, we lack critical thought in deciding what is taught in schools?
Again, I'm not using Cambridge as the school that I think of, but in America, we have...
Well, I mean, not this school, but like, again, imagine a university that only teaches things that you hate. Obviously, in that hypothetical school, no one would have critical thinking because it's they teach everything you hate. So, yeah, but like imagine you're, an American school that sucks.
Millions of people that go to these massive state schools that have humanities departments that are not reading the great books, that do not have a tutoring system, that are unfortunately laced with the most anti-Western thought imaginable. I don't really quite following what one thing has to do with the other, why 3,000 chapters has something to do with your indictment. Maybe you can clarify, but I think we're out of time.
You can clarify, but then we'll move on.
In general, Colleges should be a place that lift you up to what is good, true, and beautiful, to study the great things that have been, to develop your...
By the way, if you're wondering why is he throwing beautiful in there, it's because it's part of like the fascism. It's part of his fascistic belief. Like a recurrent part and component of fascism is this kind of dulling of or dumbing down of what it means to be beautiful. Because like I think generally speaking, when people call something beautiful, it's not necessarily just in an aesthetic sense, but in like an intellectual sense, in like, the idea that like, oh, well, there are a lot of beautiful ideas, a lot of beautiful things, a lot of beautiful stuff. But with the fascist idea of beauty, beauty is just skin deep. It is the end and in of itself. Like they are not concerned with the substance, but merely the veneer. And it's part of why it leads to kind of like these very hollow attempts to ape like cultural touchstones from other civilizations. It's what leads to kind of like this mythologizing in Nazi Germany of like the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan, like with like the kind of like homoerotic undertones to him, chopping wood. That's it. That's the beauty they're going for. And it's like, yes, beauty speaks truth. And so our ads will show the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man that everyone should aspire to be. And it's just like, this is ultimately hollow. You're just trying to recruit people into a death cult. You exist to be consumed. That blonde-haired Aryan army got crushed by the multiracial army. I mean, it wasn't even just the reason I use the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan archetype is just because like that was a myth. Like that wasn't real. Hitler himself wasn't an Aryan. Like they didn't live up to these ideas. They just, created a beautiful ideal as propaganda. It had no substance. It had no reality to it. They just used it to shape their political moment. That's it. What's the difference between liberalism and neoliberalism? Liberalism is the idea that capitalism can be contained by democratic reform. And neoliberalism is the idea that you should actually not contain capitalism with reforms. And it's not good, actually. Those are both bad. And I'm a very simple explanation.
Soul and develop your character. Character in Greek literally means like tattoo, etched within you. Far too often colleges create ungrateful, pessimistic, and nihilistic revolutionaries that want to tear down what was before and instead have no alternative to build the future, and the West is suffering because of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What a fucking freak, man. Nah, liberalism is good. I think that the fact that the last 100 years has shown the failure of liberalism, like I've made this argument before, and I don't want to get sidetracked in this, but like, again, one of the key components of liberalism is the idea that you can democratically contain capitalism, except that capitalism has an inherent built-in incentive to subvert that containment, to buy political favor, increase and consolidate its political power, and ultimately destroy and subsume liberalism. That's the entire game of liberalism for a capitalist. And it's because if they're able to do that, they can make way more money. Yes, liberalism only stopped working when it turned into neoliberalism. Yes. That's because the neoliberal project was a deliberate effort funded by corporate billionaires to subvert the political restrictions on capital. Like it's directly derived from that. Capitalism can be contained by reform. FDR did it. I think you need to look around the world and look at the trend of privatization across societies, across civilizations, and I think you need to really reevaluate that idea. Like the idea that like the issue is you can contain capitalism. That is possible. My argument is that I don't think that's a very good system if every, 100 years you need to fight against the fascists that seem to crawl out of the woodwork to try and tear down the rest or the remnants of your liberal order. I don't think that's a good system. I think that, instead we could just not have capitalism and have something better. Last question. If neoliberalism involves deregulation, then how is neoliberalism different than anarcho-capitalism? Neoliberalism still believes in the idea of a state. Whereas anarcho-capitalism, by and large, doesn't. Though you can find some minarchists who believe in some kind of state, but yeah.
I disagree, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wait, how though? How can you contain it? Again, you can reinstate like FDR-like reforms, but understand that the reason FDR even existed in the first place was because there was a prominent socialist movement in America, and he essentially compromised between the robber barons and like the socialist movement that was threatening to like, the capitalistic power in the United States. Right, the workers' rights movement presented a threat to capital, and so the compromise that was made we know as the New Deal, and like it was really good for a bit until again capital started deregulating things. Like the people in the United States didn't just start deregulating because deregulating capital because like they all thought it was a good idea suddenly. No, they started undoing it because capitalists bought political favors via lobbying. And that was a process that started like immediately as soon as the New Deal passed. Understand, and I've been doing some research on this, but like as soon as the New Deal passed, guys, like these rich fucks, these robber barons, these descendants of wealth, these American aristocrats started basically coming up with their plans to undo the New Deal. The reason we are currently today debating like defunding Medicaid to the point of $880 billion, that's a culmination of an effort that has been underway in America for like the last 100 years. Understand, these people are out to get all the money, and they're not going to stop because the system of capital demands that they not stop. Okay? Like I feel like I explained that pretty succinctly.
Good to meet you, Charlie. I hope you can understand first rule. I'm a little nervous. There's a very real chance I could wake up tomorrow, front page of YouTube. Charlie Kirk owns man bun idiot with facts and logic. So
destroys.
Yeah, destroys.
I appreciate this, man. I like someone who can kind of like diffuse the tension with like a little bit of self-deprecation, just like a tiny bit. You still got to be confident, though.
Okay, so my question is, I agree that stable monogamous relationships often produce the best outcomes for society, but if that structure really works for everyone, why do we consistently see societies, once they become safer and more prosperous, move away from traditional monogamy? And why do so many marriages still end in divorce, even among people who generally try to make it work? And just one final framing there. If you believe in free markets because they are decentralized and they adapt to reality without top-down control, And given the individual ability to form healthy long-term pair bonds vary significantly with factors like genetics and ecologically calibrated attachment styles, why do you reject top-down control in economics, but not extend that same rejection to human behavior in terms of marriage?
Okay, so the first one, the second law of thermodynamics answers your question, is that it's the law of decay. Societies tend to decay against.
I'm going to put this idea forward that the second law of thermodynamics does not apply to human civilization on this time scale of like a human lifetime, or even 100 human lifetimes, or 1,000 human lifetimes. Like the second law of thermodynamics, I don't think applies to human activity by and large at all.
To the roots that created them. For example, as a side note, here in this country, you guys invented the idea of free speech. You brought it to the world. You guys do not have free speech in this country anymore. 30 people a day are arrested in the UK for inflammatory social media posts.
Yeah, and we're arresting people off the street for writing op-eds a year ago that were critical of like Israel. So like I don't know. I don't think you really have a high horse here.
Someone by the name of Lucy Connolly is currently facing prison time.
Also, I didn't look this up when I heard it the first time. Let's just Google Lucy Connolly. The BBC published a story 2 days ago how Lucy Connolly's racist tweet sparked the free speech row. Wait, what did she say? Let's see. Oh, okay. Like, let's see. She posted online calling for mass deportation now and saying, set fire to all the hotels housing asylum seekers for all I care. I'm wondering if that's, I don't think that's the full, I don't think that's the full statement. There was a lot edited out there. All right, what was this? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, BBC really edited this out. She wrote, mass deportations now, set fire to all the fucking hotels full of the bastards for all I care. While you're at it, take the treacherous government and politicians with them. I feel physically sick knowing what these families will now have to endure. It makes me, if that makes me racist, so be it. That's a bit worse. Literally calling for the public housing of immigrants to be burned down. Cool. Yeah, I don't think that would be okay to share on the public square of America either. Just throwing that out there.
For a Facebook post that was critical of migrants. It is...
That was just a Facebook post that was critical of migrants. Why don't you read out the post, Charlie?
Normal, unfortunately, for civilizations to get away from how they once operated and how they once were. Now, to your question, is that...
Since when did it become a crime to call for burning down hotels full of people? Like, I'm... What is this? America?
Answer the first part of your question. You were saying, why do they get away from monogamy? I want to make sure I'm answering your question.
I would say I don't feel that that's a full answer.
Okay, so you're asking why do they get away from what works? Is that correct?
Yes. Well, why do societies make this change once they become more prosperous?
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, because prosperity leads to degeneracy, for sure.
Oh, so Charlie, you have, what is Charlie Kirk's net worth? Let's just take a look here. Charlie Kirk net worth. Charlie Kirk's net worth as of 2024 is estimated to be around $12 million. So does Charlie think that, like, if as he accrues more money, he becomes more degenerate? Like I'm just curious. Like, Charlie, you've amassed quite a fortune there by conventional standards. Like, did that make you more degenerate? And if so, why do you keep all that wealth? You know, is Elon Musk exponentially more degenerate? Donald Trump, even? I can't seem to recall Charlie Kirk ever saying anything like that. That's so weird. I guess it must only apply to civilizations and not individuals. Okay.
That would be the answer. And so once you are prosperous, you tend to no longer have the moral guardrails or the limitations. Let's just say you no longer have delayed gratification because you have instant gratification because you have a surplus of goods. And then
this all becomes a hilarious cell phone if you just apply everything he's saying to, individuals acquiring disproportionate wealth.
You have a decline of a transcendent moral order. The second part of the question, can you remind me, please, what the second question was? About markets?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, for example, I believe in intervention in markets if there is something that is improper morally. So, for example, I do not believe that you should be able to scam your neighbor or have misleading advertising because I believe in a transcendent moral standard, and the same goes for my personal.
Wait, because you believe in a transcendent moral standard, not because it would immiserate your neighbors or threaten your own well-being? What is the transcendent moral standard here? I don't know. It kind of seems like we've now regressed back to just, the same way he was like, well, conception is magic. It seems like we've regressed to that, but in moral terms. I adhere to the magical moral standard, and well, you degenerates don't have my magical morals.
Personal views on marriage.
Okay, so I think we largely agree on the foundation. I would like to propose something that you might like to think about. So, firstly, I absolutely acknowledge that, again, if everyone in society was able to maintain healthy long-term pair bonds, that would be best. Again, there's strong data showing that independent of socioeconomic factors, broken homes are some of the strongest predictors of poor life outcomes.
We totally agree.
Yes. And even, I'm not sure if many people here are aware of this, but if you track, as countries become more socially egalitarian, somewhat surprisingly, rates of female depression and anxiety also spike disproportionately. So I think one of the problems here is that when you try and impose moral absolutism, inevitably, again, due to variance in attachment issues, due to industrialized culture, absent parents, screens, raising kids.
We need to go back to the monogamy of Henry VII. Yeah, look, we must return to tradition. Wife beheading. Oh, God. That's a joke. None of you do that. Kirk is anti-capitalist because of degeneracy. Oh, man. It's so funny that he thought himself into an anti-capitalist position and then just completely Charlie Browned it at the end.
Around 50% of adults in the West develop attachment disorders, which make it very difficult to maintain long-term.
Henry VIII. Damn it. I've been headed off of my joke.
Pair bonds, and then additionally you have things like variation in oxytocin receptors, in density and shape, also in vasopressin. There are going to be, even if there's 5% of people who feel that these rules really do not fit them, they will push back. And this will create ideologies that then grow into more wider appealing ideologies, which then, lead to this change. I think this is what happened in the sexual revolution. It started with a push for female autonomy, and then it was almost morphed into a really exaggerated expression of pushing for maximizing individual freedom. And I think that when you try and impose moral absolutism this way, it just inevitably causes pushback. And I think if you were to, as someone with a platform, instead say, hey, monogamy is great, it works best for most people, but I also understand there are some people it doesn't work so well for, more people would hear the message that you want to push.
Okay, thank you for that. That's an interesting, I've actually never gotten that question before. It's very thoughtful. Would you say you're against moral absolutism then?
Yes, I would.
Are you against that absolutely?
No, I'm very open to having my mind changed. And
so it's not an absolute thing?
Well, I'm against moral absolutism.
Are you against moral absolutism absolutely?
No.
Okay, so then you're consistent. So
I think
it's all just kind of
I think
it's preference, not.
Ah, I see you've seen through my riddle. I almost trapped you. And your precious man bun.
It's about preference, and you could just basically do whatever you prefer. There is no transcendent moral order.
Well, I think what you're doing there is slightly unfairly putting me into a loop, because I'm very open to having my mind changed.
No, that's
my
fine.
morals
What
evolve
I'm saying, though, is that by definitionally, and this is something that will keep on coming back, you must choose what moral standard we live by. I'm very clear as to what moral standard. The lie of the West, of modernity, the last 30 years, is that we're going to have you live and let live, and there will be no moral standard. That itself is a moral standard, and it's a really bad one. And to your point, that yes, it creates more suffering, it creates more despair. And no, I disagree with what you say, and I respect the heart of which you're saying it. I will say that I have a moral obligation not to accommodate when people fall short, but instead try to lift them up towards the standard that is true and that I know that works.
So where I'd push this is that I'd ask you, you describe people falling short when they fail to engage in long-term monogamy. What do you think causes that? Why do you think some people struggle?
Many reasons. Economic is one of them, but the biggest is the death of religion and the death of Christianity in the West. As America, I'll just talk about America. The UK is unfortunately far less churched than America, but as America has become less churched, so many of these social ills rise.
So one thing I'd say, I study the evolution of behavior, in particular sexual romantic behavior. If you track all the different hunter-gatherer cultures that we can study, and we track how agriculture shapes things, you see that ecological conditions really reliably predict the prevalence of monogamy, certain marriage systems, and what I think is what we refer to as attachment issues. They seem to be an ecological calibration to an environment. In environments that are more unstable, it's less optimal for an individual to grow up with a tendency to rely on long-term pair bonds. And I think there's a mismatch with the modern world, again, coming back to industrialization. There are so many people who raise kids as absent parents. Daycare is massively linked to attachment issues. This then causes people to struggle to bond long-term. And then again, coming back to the genetic part, there's again real research showing that especially vasopressin mutations and oxytocin mutations, some people really just do not have the proclivity for this.
The reason women's issues rise in more equal society is that they can actually seek treatment as opposed to just being dismissed as hysterical.
It's true, Nomi Sunrider. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And, I've been thinking a lot about different issues that stem from capitalism. I want to make a segment about it, but I'll just insert a little thing here, which is that a lot of issues run downstream of capitalist commodification of time. The declining amount of leisure folks have and the increasing amount of precarity in an economic sense in our society is leading to, in my opinion, from doing some of the research, it's leading to what a lot of these folks are talking about when it comes to the fertility crisis, right? Which is just that people are having less children because they feel less stable in their jobs. They don't have a good union job that guarantees them a place to work every day, so they can't depend on that to actually provide and make money. And even if you're making enough money to live, you have to might have to work multiple gig jobs. And hey, even if you have a steady job, you don't have union protection anymore, so you're just kind of well, I live in an at-will state and they can just fire me any day now, haha. And that, all of that adds up, and it leads to not really wanting to have as many kids, right? That leads you to not wanting to take as many risks. It weighs upon your mind and stops you from enjoying a lot of things you might otherwise enjoy. This is a real problem, but the problem is not the symptoms we've been seeing. The problem is capitalism. It's all downstream from that. When he's talking about the economic, the material reality of folks, and how daycare leads to less good outcomes or whatever, people have to use the daycare because of capitalism. It's all this is connected. Like, the reason like people tended to stay in bonded monogamous bonds tended to be economic, as opposed to like actually finding their love guy. And like those economic ties and like kind of that social contract have long since been eroded and commodified by capitalism as well. So like it just the standard modus operandi just isn't functioning anymore because capitalism has corroded these systems, right? And I don't know. We'll go more in depth on this later, but like I just wanted to point out like a lot of the problems that are being discussed here and that Charlie obfuscates on purpose are rooted in capital.
What brings stability? Because you say stability is a good thing. And what would bring stability?
So first of all, I would say we had what you might consider stability in the previous century, and then it became unstable. And then things...
Why?
I'm saying because more...
Yeah, and by the way, like that stability and like dependency of like the job, by the way, is unrelated to actual financial income to an extent, right? Like people can still people can make money but still feel a sense of precarity because, you know, like, well, everyone else in the firm works 80 hours a week, and well, if I don't show up there, like they'll probably fire me, and then I won't be able to get another job. I'll be blackballed from the industry. I need to show up. I need to be the first one there in the morning and the last one there to leave. Like otherwise Johnson will get me. And it's just like, you know, that also is not conducive to like, you know, wanting to engage with the world further. You know, it burns you out. Not knowing whether or not you can like depend on tomorrow, like that's not great. Have we seen The Feminist Woman yet? Not yet. Literally just described Japanese work culture. Weird. Maybe that'll come up later when we discuss this topic. I read a lot of research papers.
Absolutism was imposed.
More absolutism was lost. You see, modernity rose. We started to teach our kids moral relativism, and we got rid of moral absolutes. So it's the opposite.
So why was it lost? Was it lost because people stopped pushing from top down?
Start bringing this question to a close.
Why was it lost? That's a question for far smarter minds. I can only tell you that it was. In America, it's honestly one of the worst decisions, not just worst ideas ever, which is modern feminism, largely from Betty Friedan's feminist mystique, which acted as if every woman who's in a monogamous marriage in the States is in some sort of tyrannical environment. And it has led to the women of the West being the most miserable, most depressed, most suicidal, most prescription drug addicted cohort on the planet. And I think we need to...
Citation needed.
...appropriately challenge feminism and tell young women that it's okay, in fact, it's courageous to get married and have children again. I think it would solve a lot of our problems.
Huh, weird that we just... I feel like there was probably a response there that got edited out. Just real quick. Here we go. Found it. Let's see. Citation number 13. Let's take a look, huh? Boop. Yoink. Just because I was curious. Illicit drug use tables, 1.1 to 1.116. I would love to see that. Show me the tables. This one? No. Give me your tables. I need them. This is 2,889 pages long. I'm going to Control F. 1.1. You know what? We're gonna. Oh my God. They're 2,000. Okay. Well. All right. Section 1. There we go. Age categories. By selected age categories and gender. There we go. Let's see. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh my God. By age. I just want to see the gender breakdown. I want to see the gender breakdown. There we go. Let's see. Drug use, illicit in lifetime. Let's see, 18 plus maybe. Oh, weird. Men are like 10% more likely to use drugs than women. That's crazy. Huh. Well, weird that Charlie would make such a pretty established mistake. That's so strange. I thought he was the golden one. That's not true. He's not the golden one. He doesn't have the definition, the muscle definition.
So I'm a feminist.
I do like that she wore an American flag sweater to this. That's fun. I like it.
My question is about the role of women, though. What should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't really want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes. An adult human female, it's a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. Can I please elucidate just one example of that social experience?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let's say you're a member of a tribe, and that in that tribe, you have the biological female anatomy, and in order to become a woman in that tribe, you have to also get a tattoo. That's a social experience that's mapped onto biological reality.
So can a woman have a prostate?
Can a woman have a prostate? Biologically speaking, a woman is an adult human female that has a biological reality, but it's also social experience, right? So I don't...
Yeah, it's super easy. Like, can a woman have a prostate?
So as per my definition of woman, I would say that people who have a prostate are biologically male, but they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
Okay, got it. So
I think she thought she was cooking with this one, and it's like, it's like all right, but like it is tinged with a bit of turfiness. Like the issue here is that, like, biologically speaking, no one knows what the fuck is going on with anyone else. Okay, you guys have no idea what my biology is. You guys have never seen my chromosomes. You guys have never seen a DNA test from me. You guys have never seen, like, any number of different facets of my biology. And the key component here is neither have I. I don't know a lot of those different components. And so, like, to say, like, oh, well, like, I don't know, does Charlie Kirk know he has a prostate? No, like, genuine question. Like, does any conservative who might be hate watching this know if Charlie Kirk has a prostate? Like, I don't know that Charlie Kirk knows if he has a prostate or not. So it's just kind of like, I think that like the idea of like biological maleness or femaleness, I think that that is largely kind of bullshit when it comes to how we decide who is a man, who is a woman, etc. You know, how we decide gender identity. And the other component of this is just that even if like biology is ultimately how we like make that decision, like biology is complicated.
A woman has a prostate, we just call it a Skene's gland in women.
Huh. Interesting. I'll have to go down that rabbit hole later. Thank you for the $5 dono, though. I will. I'll take a look at that. But like, it's just, you know, like objectively, if a trans woman or a trans man or a non-binary person like start HRT, there are physical changes that take place, and those physical changes affect your like sex characteristics. So like clearly it's not set in stone. And like again, most of us have no idea. I would guess most people have no idea what their hormone levels are, let alone like what their chromosomes are, let alone what like internal organs they may or may not have. Like, how, I'm sorry, when was the last time you like opened yourself up and took a look at what organs you have? You know, like genuinely, it's like a whole thing. So all I'm saying is that I think that like she was trying. She was trying her best. I think she failed and fell short, but like I don't really hold that against her here.
So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay. So you're a feminist that actually isn't just fighting for women, you're also fighting for men.
So, yes, yeah, men also experience harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just make sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So, men...
Yeah. Men are negatively impacted by patriarchy. Hey, guys, how many of you were told growing up that men don't cry? You know, be tough. You know, if you have a problem with someone at school, beat them up. You know, like, obviously that hurt you. It robbed you of precious social coping skills. It robbed you of being able to express your emotions. Yeah, man up. Exactly. It taught you to be ashamed and to beat yourself up and to punish yourself for feeling basic human emotions that are universal to every single human being. And like, that's not healthy for you. Like, feminism is there to tell you, actually, you don't need to do that. Hey, free yourself from this restrictive prison we call, you know, patriarchy. You don't need that, you know? You don't need to grow up to like to like beat your kids like your dad did. You don't have to be that person. You know? You don't have to like insult others by saying that they're girlish, they're sissy, you throw like a girl. Like, you don't have to insult people like that, because there's nothing insulting about doing those things or being those things. And like, I don't know, I think that leads to healthier children with healthier attitudes and better coping skills. And like, that's good. We should want that, actually. It's actually not good when a bunch of children get beaten by their fathers and told to toughen up. That is actually bad. That actually harms the children. It leads to worse actions when they grow up to be adults. Like, this isn't rocket science.
And also experience harm from patriarchal domination, but I would argue that those harms come from that system of domination itself. In the same way, for example, this isn't a threat, but if I reached across and punched you in the face, then my hand might hurt, right? So are we understanding that there are patterns of power?
I do like that visual.
So I would also fight for the rights of men as a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. Do you think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
I think I would have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction today because, not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen in countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s, we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
That's true. If you ever want like an absolutely horrific time, go down the rabbit hole of the use of lobotomies in the 1950s. It's maybe one of like the it's maybe like one of the most horrific like rabbit holes you can go down, because like it was so common. It was so common. You know, the medical malpractice was insane. And like to a degree, by the way, like a lot of that medical malpractice survived in some kind of form until like into the modern day. You know, like in various forms of like denial that like women could have like certain like mental conditions, like like autism or things like that. Like they absolutely unconscionable treatments for like children who were just like on the spectrum but happened to be girls, and it just wasn't diagnosed. You know, like up until like like the 1990s, you could still be diagnosed by like a psychologist with having like hysteria. Like that was a thing until like relatively recently. Ah, yes, your uterus and the moon have conspired to turn you into a moody wastrel. Yes, we shall pump you full of antidepressants, and surely nothing bad will happen. Like that's like that was like a common practice in the 90s. It's insane.
Yeah. That's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny. So,
We've always
no, hold on a second. Why are suicide rates going up more for women?
I think that
Forget
encourages...
complaining. Materially, women are killing themselves more. Why is that?
Materially, you know, oddly enough, men are also killing themselves more. It's almost like, I don't know, there's some kind of compounding factor at work in our wider society that's increasing our collective stress loads. You know, something that, I don't know, eliminates our free time, forces us to live in a constant state of precarity while eliminating social safety nets. And, you know, somehow like slowly whittling down the options we have to improve our lives and stations, you know, something that is materially harming us on an almost day-to-day basis, something that is pushed by the most powerful people in society and is used as an excuse to kill us and enslave us. Yeah, what is just out of curiosity, Alan Smith, what would you say is the cause of societal alienation and the loss of third spaces? You know, what led to those two things happening? You know, surely those things didn't occur in a vacuum. They didn't go away because of no reason. What led to that? We're just not building more shopping malls. I can tell you, as somebody who lives relatively close to multiple shopping malls, they are dying as shit. They're dead as shit. Like there are at least like 3 empty ones that I can think of off the top of my head. And I live in a relatively urbanized area. Like, I'm sorry, it's not that we just aren't building malls anymore. It's just that, well, I think it's something else. Online shopping killed them. Why is that? Just out of curiosity, online shopping. Why the change over to online shopping, do you think? They may have occurred in a vacuum because they suck. One thing, another interesting rabbit hole to recommend to all you fine folks, look into the anarchist socialist concepts of shopping malls. They were originally from kind of a very far left philosophical branch of architecture, and I genuinely think if we embrace that as a society, it would it would cause like a cultural revival in America. But you know, that's a conversation for a different day. The natural advancement of technology. Yeah, but why did all of the businesses embrace doing business online rather than in physical stores, Alan Smith? What led to that? What like, surely they didn't all just say, "Oh, this is an evil technology we will use," and then, like, for no reason. Like, they had to have a reason, right? Some people are putting forward this idea of profits and less overhead. It's almost like the reason we had a massive shift to the use of online shopping is because it was way more profitable with way less overhead. It's not because it's convenient for the shoppers and the business owners. It's because it's cheaper for the business owners. Business owners can price out their physical competition. Like we're taught, this isn't like an isolated thing. This is not just like a feature of the technology. It is because of how that technology is incorporated into capitalism. It is the fundamental profit motive that undergirds capitalism that is eroding all of these things in our society.
I think that even...
And to bring it home to what they were talking about here, that is what is causing the crisis of despair in this country. The commodification of all of your spare time, of all of your certainty, and turning it into uncertainty so that you can be replaceable as a cog, making you desperate to keep and fight for your job. Essentially, dogs fighting for scraps on a day-to-day basis while your corporate overlords get richer and richer and richer. And that, in turn, if you've ever been to a small fucking town, that's why you see those bars packed. That's why you see those people overdosing on fentanyl. That's why you see these people fucking killing themselves. It's because they live in a podunk town in the middle of nowhere where everything has been commodified. All of the businesses have been run out of town by fucking Walmart, or if you play video games, Jojo Mart. And, like, there's nothing else left. Like, the factory that kept the town alive during the booming years 80 years ago is long since gone. You know, like, people despair because they look around, they're like, how do I make this better? I don't have enough money to move. I can't get out of here. I have kids here. Like, I can't just, like, up and leave. And, like, they sit around thinking constantly, how can we get ahead? And there's no way out. That's why they call them wage slaves. Because they're trapped. And there is this illusion of freedom and choice that absolutely breaks down in rural America. And I gotta say, one of my most radicalizing moments in my life was being in rural America, right? Because in rural America, you see there's very little obfuscation about what is happening economically in the town, you know? And it's just like, towns get fucking hollowed out by these big box stores, and those big box stores will pack up and leave the second it becomes unprofitable. And there is nothing quite so devastating to a rural town as the local Walmart closing down, because guess what? You suddenly can't do anything with that business space. Like, it's not useful for anything else. A lot of them have leases that require them to be torn down or prohibit them from being transferred to competitors. And what ends up happening is that the town gets poorer and poorer and poorer, and then a Dollar General opens up, and that in turn nickels and dimes all the people in the town for worse and less stuff until, like, it's then no longer profitable for the Dollar General, and then, like, the town fucking dies. And that's just how capitalism works. It extracts value and turns it into profit and takes it out of those communities. If Walmart is a company that aims at people who have $30 in their pocket, Dollar General is the company that aims for people with $3 in their pocket.
Even if both men and women have become unhappier. Men's suicide rates have risen as well, and that's also been exponential. Can you at least concede that feminism offers only one potential explanation? There could be also other explanations.
Of course, obviously, but...
Oh, Jesus. There's an old Sears in my hometown that's empty and has been empty since I was born. Exactly what I'm talking about.
Feminism is the glaring thing in front of us, where we have fertility rates down, we have marriage rates down, we have unhappiness up, and we did something in the 1960s out of the universities of Brady Friedan and Gloria Steinem and all these feminists that basically said, you're trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control, and all of a sudden women are way...
Well, wait, no, they just said stuff like, hey, you should be able to do what men can do, actually. Like, I'm sorry, men can also go out and get a job and take birth control and, freeze their loads. Like, men can do those things too. Like, it's not, I don't know, like, this isn't the unique thing. Like, Charlie is presenting this here as if, like, oh yeah, in the 60s, all these women got these ideas to do all these things, and it just made them really unhappy. And, like, the things that he's talking about are things that men can, by and large, do or have an equivalent version of doing.
Unhappier than they were 40 years ago. And I just have to ask the question, why is that?
You should, hey, you woman, wouldn't it be great to be able to open a bank account without a husband signing on? Hey, wouldn't it be great to be able to own a credit card and have a checkbook that, like, you don't have to rely on a man giving you? Hey, wouldn't it be cool to, like, I don't know, have the same rights as the people you live around every day?
That? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should respect, and that deep down a lot of women want to get married and have...
The YouTuber Kyle Kalinske says you can save the reforms of capitalism by putting the reforms in the Constitution. Do you agree or disagree? I mean, I think you can to an extent, but my argument is always going to be that even if you put these reforms in the Constitution, capital, it's a temporary measure. Capital will seek to subvert it. Like, our Constitution says a lot of things, and you happen to look around, you can see, like, there are a lot of people who are making some arguments these days that the president should just be able to ignore the Constitution. Like, it's weird how that works when power consolidates. No, they won't change the Constitution. Do you have any idea how many countries with constitutions have been, like, overthrown by capitalism? Do you have any idea? We've literally overthrown companies to serve, like, countries to better serve fucking banana companies. Like, there's a reason we have the phrase banana republic, and it's because we've literally toppled governments in order to make essentially company countries. So, like, again, the idea that, like, the Constitution is special and different in America, I think, is at best temporary.
Have children. In fact, we should applaud it, and we should support it.
Let me put it this way. I think a second Bill of Rights would have delayed this, but I think, like, this kind of eroding of democracy and eroding of government is inherent to capitalism, because capitalism seeks to subsume everything to itself to the end of generating profit.
It means nothing if you're going to go be a CEO of some shoe company or be some banker in London. What matters...
We just should have never passed Citizens United, that's all. Hey, how did Citizens United get passed? Just out of curiosity, how did Citizens United get passed? Like, I don't know, like the argument that you're trying to make that like, oh, well, if it's in the Constitution, it's sacrosanct. Like, I'm sorry, like the Constitution is good legal protection. It is not an invulnerable aegis. It is not something that is renders you immune from attack. Like you have certain rights if a police officer arrests you. But like, police officer can still decide to take out a gun, shoot you in the head, and say you were resisting arrest when nobody's around and he's not on camera. Like, he can still do that and get away with it, even though you have rights that are constitutional. Okay? Like George Floyd had constitutional rights, and he was choked out on the street and murdered by agents of the state in spite of those constitutional rights. So all I'm saying here is that, like, when we're talking about like constitutional rights, like, unfortunately, the reality we live in is that this is not like video game logic where like that is an invulnerable, thing. You don't have like an invulnerability code. Like, the state can still overstep those rights. In the same way, corporations can subvert those rights. Okay? Enforce those rights. Simple. The unfortunately complicated reality is that enforcing those rights winds up not being so simple. What happens, for example, in the company town with the public police force? This is a common was a common occurrence, and frankly remained a common occurrence until the 1950s, through the 1950s, of like, companies bringing in Pinkertons or buying off the police force. When the local factory is the one funding the police and the workers go on strike to get better pay, which side do the police tend to land on there? We don't have company towns anymore. That we absolutely do. And I'm just going to like point again at the example of like, there are plenty of rural towns where there's one company and it's Walmart. Okay? Alan Smith, I would encourage you to look into company towns, because company towns absolutely still exist. Just real quick. I'm just Googling company towns, okay? Wow, here's an entire set of towns in Nevada that are company towns. That's crazy. Huh. Let's wait a minute. Let's take a look at a couple other things here. Wait a minute. Here, Empire, Nevada. For 63 years, from 1948 to 2011, Empire, Nevada was a company town owned by the U.S. Gypsum Corporation, a manufacturer of gypsum-based construction sheetrock. Still existed. Elon Musk actually has his own company town. I believe in Texas. Like I'm sorry, but like 4 years ago, Nevada started a new company town. Okay, like it's like there are all kinds of company towns going on right now. And the idea that they're not like it, that frankly just not true. Also, I would suggest you look into the innovation zone movement. Innovations zones are just the new term for company town. Okay. Let's just take a look. Anything else to noteworthy that I'm forgetting here? DuPont here in Nashville has Rayon City. Yeah, isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? We take a look here. I'll listen to this later. Yeah. We're going too deep into the rabbit hole. Let's resume this.
If you raise children and you have something to pass down long after you're gone.
I think I would bring 2 points to that. The first one is just really simple, which is that you can ascribe liberalism all you want as the cause of the unhappiness. I would argue something else.
Well, so again, Alan Smith, like the issue you run into is exactly the issue we currently have, right? Where if you're like, oh, well, it's easy, just, codify something in the Constitution, just, pass a reform that has term limits, like blah, 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 blah. Well, again, like if you have billionaires whose goal it is to lock down any activity in Congress and thus prevent any kind of reform like that, they are fully capable of locking things down until, well, their money makes the difference and slowly wins pro-corporate reforms over time that undo labor power and undo the rights of the citizenry. And then all of a sudden, you've got the ability to cultivate essentially unlimited, unchecked power. And this is a trend, by the way, you're seeing in literally every country within like the Western hemisphere, within like the capitalist bloc of the West. Like you see it in the Nordic countries, you see it in the UK, especially with like the privatization of rails. Like, again, this entire idea is that like the commodification is bad. The extraction of profits is bad. It's corrosive. And like you can try to put limits on it. My only argument here is that over time, this system that has an inherent drive to extract profit will find a way to break any kind of rules and regulations put upon it because it is in the profit motive to do so. The same way, like it's in the profit motive to just break the law and pay the fine later. Like if it's profitable to do so, like it's not. And in that case, then it's just the cost of doing business and not actually like a crime. And so like there's just, again, just all of these issues compound. And I don't think on the long term, you can maybe make it work for a generation, 2 generations, 3 generations, 4 generations, but eventually it's going to break down.
I would say that it's certain economic policy that has very little to do with the social acceptance of alternative lifestyles.
We're renationalizing the railways? Hell yeah. Get those railways, son.
I would say that we can recognize that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills, a lack of social cohesion, housing price growth doesn't correspond with wage growth, monopolies increasingly become kind of emboldened to interfere.
What if we had Keynesian state investments in corporations where the state had the ability to control corporations? I don't think that like would fix the problem.
With politics, and monopolies don't prioritize social health either. I think that those offer
like I think what you've just created is the Soviet Union. Like to be completely honest with you, like I think you just created like the Soviet Union. Like that seems I think that would be bad, actually.
More compelling reasons for a decline in happiness than an increase in freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking, people want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true, why is it?
True, people do want more freedom. That is very true.
Do you agree that the happiest women of the West are married with kids?
I would have to look into it, but I think there are certain
and objectively we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that actually have obligations.
Tearing down statues correspond to some kind of.
Hey, what about men with kids? Like, are men who stay home with the kids happier? Like, because some men do stay home with the kids. Like, what about them? Are they happier? No, Jack, people yearn for the mines.
Smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of.
Again, it's like
I like her a lot.
It's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful. The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time, of which we saw in our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note,
Hey, but yeah, I don't think those people were unhappy about not having kids. I think the people who like burned down a Wendy's had other issues that might, if they affected people you care about, Charlie, motivate action.
You would agree, objectively, study after study, survey after survey, that the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
So I also don't think that happiness is.
Yeah, Super Jet Guy, I just think that like ultimately, like I don't care what kind of corporate model you put on it, if it is fundamentally still operating as a corporation, that corporation will seek to undo those kinds of mandates. It will seek to undo the controls placed upon them by the state. I think a structure that is much less likely to do this is a structure created, run, and organized by the worker. Like just fundamentally, democratic worker co-ops are the solution to what is they're the solution you guys are looking for. You can still have the same kind of economic activity, but the thing motivating it is for the benefit of the working class. So like I just the profits by nature of democratic ownership by the workers go to the workers and not to like investors. How do we scale up co-ops? We literally already have scaled up co-ops. You can look at like King Arthur Baking. You can look at like there are so many agricultural democratic co-ops. There are also a lot of agricultural non-democratic co-ops, but like literally there are a bunch of things like that, you know? And like when we're talking about scaling up co-ops, literally the same way we scale up businesses, like you can just scale up the organizational structure for like a democratic co-op as a business. The only difference is that the investors that the company is beholden to are the workers, not like faceless investors in the company. The quarterly meetings for investors are not directed towards money people. They're directed towards the people who actually work at the business. Also, this isn't the worst state of capitalism, Alan Smith. It can get worse from here. What about the flaws of socialism? Why has every socialist country become a dictatorship? Because most socialist countries obtained their independence through violence. And like the nature of like a violent revolution leads to a dictatorship to consolidate centralized power so that you can restore some semblance of order. And then a lot of people, when they are given that amount of power, don't relinquish it. You know, like there's like that entire aspect to it, which is why, again, one of the difficulties of advocating for evolutionary socialism is like the need for the democratic like apparatus to understand the mission. So, you know, like that's one of the issues, right? And so that being said, the solution here is to achieve.
This pissed me off. Viola Liuzzo, a mother of 4, traveled from Detroit, Michigan to Alabama because she believed in civil rights and was killed for it. Charlie Kirk is an idiot.
Joshua Keller, thank you for the $10 super chat, and I agree. Charlie Kirk is an idiot, and he genuinely doesn't know much about what he's talking about. Thank you for supporting the show. Like, it's a combination of the fact that, like, if you need to achieve your changes via violent revolution, it tends to go towards more of a dictatorship model. That's true of any kind of violent overthrow for the most part. You can obviously find exceptions to that, however, but like on the whole, the most successful democratic types of revolution are nonviolent, and they are. I've been reading actually Erica Chenoweth's book on this, but they're largely nonviolent and rely on democratic and large-scale demonstrations of solidarity, right? And so, like, all I'm saying is that the way you achieve a better outcome is by getting the vast majority of the population on board with the central idea. And again, and I'm just going to reiterate this, from a Marxist perspective, in order to achieve an actual socialist or communist like society, you need to have like the means of production owned by the workers. That is like the fundamental thing, owned and run by the workers. And I need you to ask yourself, did that happen in Soviet Russia? Did that happen in communist China? Did that happen in any of these other places that you're thinking of as socialist? And the answer is fucking no. No, it didn't. So, like, again, what we're looking at in those cases are like state capitalism. They participated in capitalism. The state, for all intents and purposes, owned the corporations, owned the workplaces, and the state owning a workplace is not the same as workers owning the workplace. They collect... No, yet the state owning the farms in Ukraine led to the famine. Yes. Also, capitalists can make shitty moves. I don't know if you've noticed, but like there's this guy named Elon Musk who invented the most explosive car on the planet. It was a real innovation there. So again, socialism is not when you force a bunch of farmers to collectivize. That's not socialism. True, but we don't claim Elon. You can't not claim Elon. He's a capitalist. The entire basis for what he does is capitalism. I fundamentally disagree that worker ownership is socialism. Getting rid of the profit motive is more important because worker co-ops are still motivated by profit. I agree that worker co-ops are still motivated by profit. That's why I never said that that was the end goal of socialism. I said it was the most important component for us to achieve the future aims of socialism, right? Like the entire premise of like having worker ownership is to moderate and disperse the power that gets concentrated by capitalism. Right? And like that makes it so much easier to do that if instead of being concentrated in the hands of like 50 billionaires or trillionaires or whatever, like you actually get to control the accumulation via democratic mechanisms of taxation. That's how you stop the fucking profit from being accumulated too much. Elon is a fascist. Fascists are capitalists. That's what you're not understanding. Fascism is the end point of capitalism. It is the fusion of capitalism and the state. That's why there are a bunch of companies around that were very successful during like Hitler's rise to power. They still exist. I think that's anarchism, not socialism. What? No, if workers own the means of production, then you can start working on bettering life quality for everyone. And that will eventually lead to things like the dissolution of the state. Eventually you can reach a state of like, mass, availability of goods and like the durability of systems needed for the state to wither away. You can maybe reach a point where like, the commodity form is abolished, but like those are things like the idea of money just not existing anymore, the idea of the state not existing anymore. Those are like longer term things that I think are going to take a lot longer for us to actually achieve than the relatively simpler idea of achieving worker ownership. People understand worker ownership way more than they understand how the world would work if money didn't exist. People understand the concept of like owning the place where they spend the majority of their time working. They understand that concept way more than like the concept of a nation state no longer existing. Still don't agree on the idea of a state not existing being a good thing. I find that point to be largely academic because I think that, again, the kind of way a state would go about not existing is like, fading into unnecessariness over the course of an extremely long period of time. So I find it pointless to argue on it because I think there are far more important things to like get reforms on now, like Medicare for all and like worker ownership of businesses and like all that stuff. I think we can maybe achieve those in my lifetime. I'll let future generations worry about the rest. Oof. China isn't the democracy, it's communist. China's not even communist. Again, communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. Like, for all intents and purposes, China's just an authoritarian capitalist state at this point.
Is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making. So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair...
Yeah, that is very true, Void Critter. One of the big hurdles is that a lot of people just have no fucking idea what socialism is or entails. Thanks, Cold War.
System that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing because if we can't prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology. It's the week before my university exams right now, and
Has communism ever actually been attempted? I mean, I would say not on any kind of mass scale. You could probably find like certain collectives existing outside the bounds of like normal society, but like all I have to say on that really is that like I don't care. Like think that we have let me put it this way. I don't give a shit about the arguments of like, oh, has it ever been attempted? Like blah 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 blah. I don't care that. I don't care. I don't care. What I care about is that we have models for worker ownership that are objectively better for society at large, for the workers themselves, for the communities those places of work exist within. And I think we should adopt those because we have objective reasons for wanting to do that are good for everyone involved, right? And like that's my starting point. Let's get that first. Let's get like the Medicare for all, another thing we know it to be objectively good for basically everyone involved, except for the profit motives of like, you know, a handful of like insurance companies. Let's get the good shit. And then we can like start arguing about like, how do we get like a moneyless society? Would that even be good? What would that even look like? You know? Like I think like the work of a lifetime would be like getting one of those reforms. If we manage to get like multiple, like then we can like, hey, let's focus on making other things great about our society, like bringing back postal banking on the federal level, you know? All right, I'll be done. I just like talking about this stuff a lot. When you guys derail me with talk about socialism and you know, worker ownership of the means of production, I get real excited. I like talking about it.
I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk.
A republic definitionally can't be fascist.
If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable. But so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure?
You would say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, like, but hold on. I mean, like, that's an important point, though, is that the women in the West have it the best in the world, and yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here. Because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have.
And you know what? Charlie is a guy who knows a lot about women, especially in sub-Saharan Africa.
The women in the West have cats and they have good jobs, and the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief.
You know, Vaughn, I don't know, and I don't really care about that particular question, if that makes sense. Like, I'm gonna fight like hell to get as much and as many things as I can get for our society, while I can. If that means I get one thing, okay. If that means I move the needle in one direction to getting just one thing, okay. You know, there are millions and, in fact, billions of people that have lived on this planet who have lived and died and never got to see, like, the end of feudalism, you know? And I'm not going to, like, have illusions that I'm going to be, like, the one to see, like, the glorious final revolution. Like, not... Like, I'm gonna work for what I know to be better, and I'm gonna do what I can to achieve that. And like, if we get it, great. And I'm gonna do what I can to make that happen. You know.
Belief in the divine, and they have kids. And maybe there's a biological undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women from realizing their full potential. And so, without reading your phone and just like.
You know, I love that we're this far into his conversation about women, and he's just like, maybe there's a biological undercurrent. It's just kind of like, oh, Charlie. Women just be too emotional.
You know, connecting.
I'm not really reading my phone.
Well, it's fine. Sure, then you can answer without it. Fair enough. Would you agree that it's a good thing that more women get married and have children in the West?
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
No, again, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all for that.
I'm all for being a xenophobic racist, okay? Just 100%. My name's Charlie Kirk. I love that shit.
Me too.
Okay, good. So we agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
We actually
agree
have
on
agreement.
many, many things.
Then we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into the UK either.
Hold on. So hold on a second. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
we got him. We got him. We got him, baby. Like that was a absolutely 10 out of 10 maneuver. You know? Cuz for real. No, genuinely, if you're not going to allow like religious fundamentalists into the country, like that should include all religious fundamentalists, you know?
That's funny. Hold on. Can you show me what would your example, because I have 50, of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women, right?
America.
Oh, really? We had a female woman vice president. We had a female vice president, a female speaker of the House. Women earn more than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Did women get treated better in Rwanda?
Okay, I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not.
How racist should I be here? How xenophobic am I allowed to be?
Totally sure I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know, actually. It's not. So, again, we were just talking about Islam. It's a little bit of a side note, but you must be morally clear because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is...
Notice how he's just, like, completely moved on from his point. Like, he was just like, oh, shit. Oh, shit, you blew me the fuck out. I gotta run away from that point. Genital mutilation.
A teaching of the Islamic faith. But as a side note, like, again, this is very important, which is, I'm not here to require you to do anything or not. I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable, and they're miserable for a reason, because we've told them to suppress how they are made by God and pursue something else.
You know, this is some wild leaps to insane conclusions. Like, even if you're basing it off of like survey data that says like women in America are like more sad or something, like to come to the conclusion that it's because of the things he's listing off is just an insane leap. Like, there's nothing to back that up.
And get a bunch of trinkets and get a bunch of promotions, and they end up at 38 years old with a big flat in London.
Also, I'm just gonna throw out there, hey, just out of curiosity, what system promotes, you know, the focus of a life on getting promotions and acquiring a lot of trinkets and getting a big flat in London? What would we call that? That kind of accumulation that is emphasized on a wide scale across society. You know, in order to like maybe stay alive, you need to have a certain accumulation of like wealth. Oh, capitalism. Oh, could it be that our economic mode of production has led to cultural impacts that, you know, change how people behave in the society and what they value? That's, Shampitalism, indeed.
And they're miserable. And we should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Yeah, okay, I think I'd bring two just final points to this. First one is just really intuitive, right? Which is that if you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave, and in Nordic countries where women have high workforce participation and also some state support, they report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including America. So if your metric is happiness...
Just use satisfaction.
Hating Muslims is acceptable in Western nations? I disagree with that. I think it's unacceptable everywhere. People like Charlie Kirk just want to make it acceptable, but it's not. Sorry. The same way any kind of hatred on the basis of religion, I find pretty abhorrent.
Surveys. You just told me they're BS.
So our satisfaction surveys bullshit or not? Because you told me they're bullshit.
Do you acknowledge satisfaction surveys or not? You just told me that they're BS. Do you think they're we can use that as data?
I don't think that
yes or no?
It is the only sole data set, but it is a data set that necessarily
You told me they're
matters.
so flawed and you self-report. Okay, by the macro self-satisfaction data, I am correct. And you are right. When you have paid family leave, you are happier. I'm actually a proponent of that. At Turning Point USA, we pay for 6 months when somebody has a child. I think there's a lot of agreement we can have on that. We need to encourage having more children. I think the Hungarian child policy is phenomenal. We should look at that, because the greatest thing that is plaguing the West is we're not having enough kids. And it's not just bad because we won't have a future. It's also bad because the present is awfully miserable for too many women.
You know, and I can't seem to really put my finger on it, but it kind of seems like, again, the commodification of our time, the precarity we are constantly kept in to make us replaceable in our jobs. It seems like maybe this would have like some kind of like, I don't know, like some kind of effect. You know, some kind of, I don't know, like, perhaps you know, just maybe people would have studied it in the past, you know, maybe there's just like sometimes like, oh, the findings showed that job stress may affect fertility, fertility intention, and the infertility treatment process in humans. There are some probable mechanisms to explain these relationships. Therefore, it's required that necessary measures are planned and performed to decrease job stress and strain in workplaces. Also, it's suggested that the effectiveness of these measures is evaluated in future research. So, you know, I'm just throwing out there, I've read a bunch of these studies, and they're pretty interesting. But essentially, you know, your job stress makes you literally physically, like the body's stress response makes you less prone to creating children. It makes you less fertile to be stressed. And on top of that, if you are stressed all the time and worried about losing your job and mentally exhausted, well, you don't really feel like fucking as much. And well, it turns out that a lot of these things, you know, lead to various bottlenecks on who can and it feels able to have children. And then also, how much does it cost to like get infertility treatment,
It's
folks?
not morally acceptable, but when it comes to the average citizen in the United States, they think anti-Muslim sentiment is just fine.
I absolutely disagree that the average citizen in the United States thinks that like hating Muslims is fine. I don't think that that is true. Like, sorry, I reject that. I do think that a lot of people in the United States are bigoted. I think the war on terror had enormously negative effects, but like I don't think if you presented like an act of anti-Muslim hatred, most people in the United States would just be like, that's fine. You know? As someone who dealt with job stress, I got to a point of vomiting in the mornings prior to work. Job stress messes with all sorts of shit. Absolutely. Turns out throwing up your guts does not make one feel particularly sexy. And it turns out it takes a lot of money to get fertility treatment. So like, it kind of seems like when you start looking at this fertility issue that it's one caused by capitalism, where even if you have free time, you find yourself unable to you know, make babies in one way or another, in a variety of different effects. One of the more interesting studies on this was from the American Psychological Association, by the way. Highlights from the 2025 Work in America survey. Job insecurity is having a significant impact on the majority of U.S. workers, 54%. 54% of workers in the United States prioritize that as the number one source of stress. Yeah, percent who reported job insecurity has significant impact on stress levels at work, 70%. Good night, Nightlight Plushie Jesus. Okay. So like, you know, even if you have the free time, if you're stressing out, like you're not gonna want to have babies. Sorry. And like, what's interesting is that Charlie seems to, well, he seems to like not really consider the typical typical relationship there. You know, a lot of the between capital and birth rates and whatever, and it just seems like, well, also turns out like there's a lot of other things going on as well. There were a couple studies I looked at from Japanese work culture, and that in turn, like the high level of stress associated with that is in turn associated with the fertility rates. So again, I know that nobody really needed it to be spelled out, but like that's one of the biggest driving forces for like declining birth rates. I know many people may have suspected that, but like it's genuinely true. The constant extraction of profit is just unsustainable.
And as well.
Okay, in which case I think we get...
Do I start bringing this to a close, please?
Okay, I think just one final thing, which is that in which case we get to a really interesting argument about what parts of womanhood can be demarcated to the social and what kinds of womanhood can be demarcated to the biological. So, for example, my anatomy is demarcated to the biological, but the fact that I might potentially be a better nurturer than a man, I would demarcate that to the social, you might demarcate that to the biological, in which case we have differing moral scales of value. I would ask why we should necessarily prioritize your moral scale of value, which prioritizes things like the birth rate, when in actual fact there are various other moral scales of value. And if you yourself are a free market American, why is it the case that you would not, like the previous speaker noted,
I've already
extend personal freedoms towards all spheres, including a private sphere?
I believe in absolute truth claims, and it's absolutely wrong and bad when a society stops having kids to replace their own population. And then you have to import the third world and you become the third world. It's bad.
I disagree, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kirk, you have spoken to Donald Trump. Is this fair to say?
Oh, this guy does a real fucking good job.
I'm sorry.
You've spoken to Donald Trump and have been quite vocal about this.
Supportive of Donald Trump. Yes, sir. That's right.
One of his main domestic policy agendas has been Doge, trying to drain the swamp, get rid of the grift, ensure that we have a more functioning, more efficient federal budget. According to the Financial Times yesterday, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, among others, have cut roughly $37 billion from the federal government budget. This is a contested figure, of course. Some of these have already been paid out, etc. It's likely to be lower, but they've assumed about $37 billion. On the top of this, he has engaged in and tried to push tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy that would amount to several $100 billion in terms of tax breaks for the wealthy. Along with this, he has cut money-making institutions, such as the Department of Natural Reserves and all this kind of thing, that bring in about $40 billion, it costs about $5 billion, and the IRS, which brings in a huge amount of money relative to the amount of money it's...
Yeah, just to clear up what was brought up earlier, I think this chart kind of makes my point pretty well, which is that, again, even if you look at Republicans or Democrats, like no majority of people between these two groups views Muslims overwhelmingly negatively. Like, sorry, like that's just not true. Most people just don't know enough and are just kind of like on the fence, don't think about it, and genuinely like they're gonna if they see like bigotry, they're probably gonna be turned off from it in that particular circumstance.
Spends. With all of this in mind, is it not fair to say Donald Trump has engaged in a smash and grab for the ultra-rich, for the billionaires that stock his cabinet, for all these people against the modern Americans that you claim to represent?
Get his ass.
Okay, how much do you know about his suggested tax plan?
Pardon?
His suggested tax plan?
Some. I wouldn't say I am the world's
He has
foremost
suggested
expert.
to raise taxes on the wealthy 37% to 40%.
That is absolute fucking horse shit.
What about federal
income tax?
Capital gains.
He's the first. Capital gains will stay where it is, but he's the first Republican president that we have since George H.W. Bush that's recommending to raise taxes on the ultra wealthy. Number two, a lot of those cuts, I wish would be even more than $37 billion, have not yet been full realized. In America, again, I don't know how applicable this will be, but the people watching online.
Also, folks, we've been going for about 5 hours now before we get too deep into this. Hello. If you're enjoying the show, please consider hitting that follow button on Twitch, that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because folks, you guys make this show possible. Wouldn't be able to do this, and I hope that you guys are enjoying it and that my commentary is adding to it. I know we've been going on some tangents, but I think they've been good. I think we've been talking about some valuable stuff. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, oh, whoop-de-doo. You raise the income tax rate on like billionaires. They pay themselves like $5 a year. But folks, press that button. It really does help the show when you click the button. And here you go. Click the goddamn button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click folks, please support the stream with that sweet BWA energy. And let's go, folks. Also, we have, let's see how many people we got. We've got 300-ish people watching in YouTube chat, 244 likes. I bet we can hit 250. I believe in you guys. Let's get back to this trash fire.
He's advocating for no tax on tips. So when you get tipped, we have a big tipping culture in America. He's advocating for no.
Yeah, also, if Charlie Kirk knew any tipped employees, he would know that they generally aren't paying their taxes.
I can understand where you're coming from here, Charlie. Can you see why it's popular on
the same way people who get paid under the table for, like, I don't know, carpentry, they aren't paying, like, their taxes on that.
Face of it. Donald Trump and Republicans of his ilk claim that the federal budget is something we should be very considered about, and the debt, and the cost of maintenance on that debt. Even if we don't regard any sense of tax increases or tax reduce on the ultra-wealthy, the fact that he is engaging in and defunding money-making institutions such as the IRS
That's an amazing ratio for YouTube. Look, what can I say? People like me. The algorithm hates me for being trans, though. So if you want to be not transphobic, like the stream, and consider dropping a sub and dono, and I will absolve you of your anti-trans bigotry.
Exacerbate and increase this problem of debt dependency that the United States has. It is now the largest single problem in the federal budget. Why would you support a man that is exacerbating this issue he claims to care about so much?
Right, I was answering the question.
Oh, sorry, K variable. That's exactly what I meant. It came out the opposite, that my brain did that thing. Every single person I know who pays taxes on their tips pays it 100% accurately. Every single one.
I mean, first of all, his suggested budget cuts $1.5 trillion. I wish it should be even more. Just so
that is not true.
No, it is. It's okay. You could look it up.
$1.5 trillion would be the equivalent of cutting the entire American military budget and a half. Where is he getting this? Is number essentially pulled out.
Again, it's $1.5
some would say where the sun doesn't shine.
Again, the way that we do budgeting in America in a reconciliation process is over multiple budget cycles. So we're doing 3 budgets this year. I don't know how interested people will be in this.
Okay.
But it's wonky. But again, it literally has $1.5 trillion through this reconciliation process with the largest middle class tax cut in history. I wish the cuts would be even more. Also, to say he's just doing the pandering.
Again, Charlie's just lying to people who are in the UK and have no reason to know, like, the US budgetary conversation. But the proposed Republican budget would balloon the national debt by like $3 to $4 trillion. Like we're like it's ridiculous how much it puts us into debt. And like Charlie's trying to pretend like it's fiscally responsible, and it's just like he's off by over $5 trillion.
The ultra wealthy. He's advocating for raising taxes on the ultra wealthy. We'll see if that materializes.
That is an income tax. The ultra wealthy generally do not take a large.
And the thing is, Ginger, it will help some people who get taxed on card tips. I'm not saying it won't help some tipped employees. The issue is what I think is going to wind up happening with the no tax on tips is that it's mostly going to be used for like tipping your tax broker or something. Like it's gonna be used to like tip, you know, white collar criminals as like a tax loophole, you know?
Large portion of their income from an income tax and taken instead from capital gains. Well, fundamentally increasing an 8% tax on Elon Musk, who takes like $10,000 as a salary or something stupid, will not make any material.
I don't think we're gonna default on the debt, Alan Smith, but the bond market is gonna fuck us. That's if you want to know like how fucked we are, always take a look at the bond market.
Difference. This is a straw man argument.
The higher the interest rate, the worse we're doing.
And it is obfuscating from the fundamental issue. This is a government for and run by oligarchs.
It's funny you say that. You do know the richest people in America vote Democrat almost 85%.
That is fundamentally not true.
Okay,
the richest,
Can I finish?
the most educated.
Okay, again, 9 out of 10 of the wealthiest counties in America vote Democrat. If you earn more than $300,000 US a year, you vote Democrat at a 75% clip. I mean, it is so overwhelmingly the Democrat Party is the party of the rich. Secondly, though, he's going out of his way to cut taxes for working people. No tax on tips, no tax on overtimes, the extension of the middle class tax relief. Again, I don't know how interesting this is for a UK audience, but more broadly, President Trump is doing the impossible, something I hope your government does. He is trying to cut taxes for middle class people while also trying to balance the budget. I wish he would cut taxes even more. It's an ambitious project. And
Don't assume that people outside the U.S. don't analyze the U.S. economy. Okay, but you you understand where I'm coming from, right? Like people who study like economics in the UK are more likely to have in-depth knowledge of the UK economic system. They're going to have less knowledge about the U.S. economic system. Like, I don't think that's a big leap. I'm not assuming none of them know this. I'm just saying, like, generally, that would be the case. Oh, you mean, okay, never mind. Sorry.
Support him completely in that endeavor.
The extent to which he's attempting to balance the budget is not necessarily true, given that the budget is currently at a higher deficit this current year, as it was at any point under Biden, or I think any other president in history. I would also point to the fact that suggesting that wealthy people overwhelmingly vote Democrats is true to a point. After a certain income, they overwhelmingly vote Republican because the tax breaks, kind of business interests and all this that Republicans offer them. Given he is attempting, in your own words, to balance the budget, again, coming back to the root issue, why is he defunding the IRS, which brings in money? Why is he defunding national parks, which makes money? Why is he engaging in all of this if he is trying to balance the budget?
First of all, some of them...
Can I just finish my statement? Is it perhaps because when you defund the IRS, the wealthiest people, the people that fund his super PACs, the people that buy his Trump coin, people that are in fact in his cabinet, generally pay a lower de facto rate of tax because the IRS can no longer fund to actually investigate and audit them?
Okay, so by defunding, again, the IRS is our tax collection agency. If you guys don't know, it's the Internal Revenue Service. I don't know what it's called here in the UK.
HMRC.
Yeah, sure. So the
favorite.
The equivalent is number two. That you're not totally
my favorite.
Wrong about one portion of this, which is that more agents do equal more revenue. You have to have a tension, though, of do you want to grow the IRS by 87,000 extra agents, which Joe Biden did. He's trying to peel that back. Do you believe in or do you know the Laffer curve? Are you familiar with it? It's this.
I can't say.
Oh, God. This part made me start maulding. It's
a belief that when you lower taxes, you can actually increase revenues because compliance goes up and economic growth goes up. We saw this in the United States during Ronald Reagan, during a massive tax cut. It's called the Laffer curve. And so that's actually debated. Just because you cut taxes, you're going to run a deficit. But you're not totally incorrect.
Just in case you want to know what the Laffer curve is, it's literally this. Arthur Laffer from Kansas under Sam Brownback, drew this on a napkin, and it became the entire basis for essentially the economic system in Kansas. And let me tell you, they found out the hard way that it didn't actually work so hot. It turns out if you can draw your entire economic system on a napkin, that's probably not good, actually. But unfortunately, Sam Brownback found this so compelling that he decided that they would do an experiment, guys. They did a little experiment in Kansas and cut all of the taxes to basically nothing. You know, hey guys, want to know what happened? You want to know what happened? Anyone? Have you talked to anyone? Basically, the state of Kansas started to collapse. Like it did not go well. The experiment was a grand failure. And Republicans within 2 years had to start passing tax increases because it turns out you need taxes in order to generate revenue. It bankrupted the goddamn state.
You are correct, and I will admit this point. That when you have
so like when Charlie Kirk brings up the Laffer curve as a great reason for why the Republican budget bill is the way it is, that's some bad shit. And anyone who knows about the history of the Laffer curve would know that's some bad shit.
Have less IRS agents, you are going to have less revenue. And I think that it's a good thing generally to have less IRS agents looking into the particulars of Americans.
Was it Arkansas or was it Kansas? I might be off. I thought it was Kansas.
And we have a history over the last 10 years right now.
Actually, the richest Americans.
Well, not necessarily. That's the thing, is that the richest Americans actually are able to hire the tax attorneys and the accountants.
I thought so.
To get through IRS issues and get to settlement. What we see in the data is it actually ends up with middle-class Americans because they do not have the same infrastructure to deal with a very intense IRS agent.
All right, I'm going to say one last thing. I think I've taken too much of your time.
Well, wait, actually, the reason you want to fund the IRS is so that they have the resources to go after the biggest tax offenders, which are the richest people on the planet. You want to fund the IRS so that they use their resources against those people rather than the more vulnerable targets that have less to actually, like, give.
I think it is interesting to suggest that Donald Trump is the only president that is going to raise taxes on the ultra wealthy. I've already pointed out the potential flaws, the potential flaws in that. I would also draw the audience's attention to the fact that Donald Trump is overwhelmingly backed by, supported by, funded by, and in fact stacked his cabinet, as I've mentioned, by billionaires. And you yourself in Turning Point USA relies relatively heavily on the ultra wealthy to give their donations.
Somewhat.
For example, Foster Freeze, although sadly departed.
Yeah,
I know. But
we also have.
When you were founding, you were overtly reliant on this. So I would just like to point out that inconsistency, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, great. Thanks.
Marvelous. Thank you. A very, very short question. Israel versus Hamas, good guy versus bad guy. Russia versus Ukraine. Who's the good guy and who's the bad guy?
Both are bad, one is worse.
Which way round?
Russia is worse than Ukraine.
Okay, so why haven't we pursued that?
What do you mean?
Yeah, well, this is from Charlie Kirk. These are the interactions he thought made him look good.
It seems to me that in the whole of the current US proposition, that Ukraine is being the bad.
Yeah, it's horrible framing. It does the Gaza conflict like dirty, but like He wants to ask about not that.
Bad guy.
In what way? We funded Ukraine upwards to $200 billion.
Absolutely. But
we just signed a mineral deal with Ukraine, not Russia.
Yeah, but you are expecting Ukraine to give up 20% of its territory to someone who invaded it.
Well, is Crimea part of Russia or Ukraine?
Ukraine.
That's where we don't agree.
Well, I'm afraid that's part of international treaty. That's not up for grabs.
Well, I'm afraid you just can't say that, sir.
It's interesting. I mean,
that's
hold on. I mean, even Zelensky has said he's willing to give up Ukraine.
No. America signed the agreement that gave Ukraine Crimea.
Right.
When the Soviet Union ended.
Right. It was done. First of all, it never should have been done. It was largely ceremonial.
No.
But however, it was annexed under Obama. Yes, and it was a mistake, and it should be given back to Russia as a sign of good gesture to end this conflict. But who's currently controlling Crimea? Where was the Russian Navy headquartered in World War II? Where was the end of World War II signed? This is very important.
I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but also Russia at the end of World War II is very different than Russia of today, clearly.
That if we're being logical on what has happened, that you are now arguing against that flow. And I don't understand it. Because actually, why is Ukraine the bad guy?
No, I said they're bad, they're not the bad guy.
Yeah, well, you said they were both bad, but one was more bad
Correct,
than the other.
yes.
So why is Ukraine bad?
Well, there's a lot wrong with Ukraine. First of all, they're not a democracy. Zelensky refuses to hold an election.
Well, no, he can't hold an election.
Oh, wait, did Churchill hold an election during the war?
Because under his constitution...
Hold on, Lincoln held an election during the war. That's not true. He can call an election. He can call a snap election. He's full dictator of the country.
No.
Because he knows that the people of Ukraine would kick him out immediately because he's deeply unpopular. In fact, if he wanted to show a statement to the world...
Is that even true? Wait a minute. Just real quick. Literally not true, even the slightest. He has an approval rating, or a trust rating rather, of almost 60%. Like, nah, he's doing all right.
World, he would call an election and win by 80% and say, see, I'm super popular. So that's number one. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with a person being propped up as a government we're sending $200 billion to that refuses even to face his voters.
Okay, I can't agree with you factually on that at all.
Okay.
I mean, constitutionally, Ukraine is not able to hold an election because it's under military law at the moment, and that's just a matter of fact.
Again, he can, as a prime minister or president, he could do whatever he wants.
He can't.
Okay, all right, we're going to just go back and
sign an
forth
executive order and change their constitution.
Okay.
Neither can the American president either, so hopefully there's a bit of...
Hey, we like those kinds of jabs here.
He could even do a ceremonial election to see where he actually stands with the people.
I think we call those opinion polls.
Yes, and they're very negative.
Firmly ahead in the opinion.
Again, but you would agree that a person that holds on to power without the election of the sovereign is pretty questionable.
No, not in those circumstances.
Okay, then we disagree.
No, okay, that's fine. But give me another reason why Ukraine...
They are the most corrupt country in Europe that never even met the most remote standards of joining NATO. Do not know where a lot of this money is going.
I don't disagree that there is a problem with corruption, but the most corrupt country in Europe, are you sure about that?
I'd have to double or triple think about that, but they're very corrupt.
Okay, so that's a little bit doubtful. It's not absolute.
Well, I mean,
there's plenty of corruption around. I mean, let's face it, we are talking about comparison with some of the states you're doing business with in the Gulf.
Oh, hey, fun fact. There is a corruption index for European countries. Now, it's true that Ukraine is generally given a fairly corrupt rating. Anyone want to take a wild guess who the most corrupt country is? by this index. Russia! It's true, Shadowbar! Russia wins by a mile!
Oh, of course, but we're not giving them money, they're giving us money. That's a difference, right? Saudi Arabia is...
Oh, so it's fine.
Well, hold on a second.
It's morally acceptable to take money from corrupt people.
Well, hold on. First of all, as far as morally acceptable, you do what's best in the benefit of your country. And so, for example, we were allied with Russia during the Second World War, and I'm glad we were. And I would ask you,
don't forget,
how much money is too much money to send to Ukraine? We're at 200 billion right now.
I don't think you have to send any more money to Ukraine.
We agree.
I think you have to agree to support them as a free country and perhaps sell them weapons, like you're very happy to sell weapons to less free countries. And I think Europe will pick up the slack, as we ought to. And I don't disagree with some of the comments about Europe not looking after its own security. I just don't get this approach, which was supposedly to end the war quickly, which now seems to be elongating it, and in doing so, it's throwing up a smokescreen of very variable facts.
Interesting question. Hello, Solus67AU. Been lurking and listening for a bit. Is there something going on with these speakers of late? First, Jordan Peterson gets flustered and easily out-talked by people, and now Charlie Kirk. Must be humiliating for him to come to this forum and literally be laughed at. I mean, part of it is that, like, they're just kind of being left in the dust, you know? Part of what made them... Like, for example, Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is not used to an adversarial environment. Jordan Peterson is used to lecturing down to college students, right? And, like, he can engage in, like, some academic back and forths, but he's always been kind of shit at those. You know? Like, he's always been bad at them. And I've done videos in the past pointing that out. Charlie Kirk, likewise, has never really been that good at this stuff. Like, he has a decent grasp of, like, rhetoric, but again, it's a lot of it is geared towards debating unprepared folks on campuses, like on college campuses. This is Cambridge. Like, these people came prepared to debate him and were knowledgeable, and, like, he doesn't know that much stuff. Like, part of Charlie Kirk's entire thing is catching people off guard by knowing more than they think he will. But, like, he's not on his home turf right now. And, like, all I gotta say is that I think that part of it is they're not in their element of, like, easy targets, right? The other part of it is that by and large, their funding mechanisms have changed. Like, that is a core element here, where, like, the people who are putting a lot of money into these folks have stopped because they have already achieved and served most of their usefulness for the time being. You know, Republicans are in power. They don't really need to keep spending money lobbying and propagandizing through Daily Wire, you know, or through Charlie Kirk's Turning Points USA. Like, they don't need to do that because they already have the power, right? So that's another element. And, like, a third element is just, like, they're getting left behind and they're not adapting. You know, like, society has moved on. Their arguments have always been bad, but now the fresh veneer of paint is starting to chip, and, like, they just haven't. Yeah, they've reached the yapping point. Exactly. I don't know. I'm one to talk. I've been yapping. I do be yapping though, and shopping. Women do be shopping.
If they are facts at all about how things occurred, which actually isn't helping things. And if people can't see that Putin is stalling, I'm just really
I agree with you. I think he might be stalling.
And therefore, and I think even your president has acknowledged the fact that he thinks he might be stalling.
That's correct. So we don't have a disagreement there.
No, we don't. No,
we just have a disagreement about the efficacy of tactics. And we don't know. And I'm willing to say we could be wrong.
No. Oh, well,
of course you could be wrong in life.
Yeah. I mean, we could all be wrong. But actually bringing that war to an end consistent.
Oh, that's a really good observation, Mr. Anderson. When Churchill held an election on Thursday, the 5th of July, 1945, Germany was being occupied by the United Kingdom, not the other way around. That is an excellent point.
Actually,
so this is Kirk's attempt to remain relevant. He must be aware he's looking the fool in this situation. I think he expected to do better. Like, I think he came here expecting, easy targets, like he has kind of encountered on college campuses in the past. And I think he did more prep work than he might usually because it's Cambridge, but like, clearly not enough.
Isn't going very well, and I would just suggest to you that whatever tactics have been used are perhaps not the best, and they are certainly inconsistent with what's going on in the Middle East and how America has been treating parties in the Middle East. But I've had enough of your time.
Fair. No, that's a fair contention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And the final question that we've got time for today is from Sammy MacDonald from St. John's College.
This guy also kicks ass.
Good evening, Mr. Kirk. You've obviously devoted a lot of your life to electing, keeping in power Donald Trump, and you did so partly because you said Trump would put Americans first and take them out of foreign conflicts. Should we see how that is going at the moment? Currently, Trump has just accepted a $400 million debt from Qatar, which we're assured is perfectly above board. Billions in arms are going to Saudi Arabia, which they're using to bomb and starve Yemeni children. Not sure how that's in the interest of the United States, but it might be in the interest of the $5.5 billion deal his failed sons are receiving. At the same time, this great president of peace has greenlit mass killings not just in Yemen, but in Gaza, where he greenlit an invasion called Operation Gideon's Chariot, with the express aim of wiping out the Gazan population. You promised to put America first. Haven't you and your ilk sold America out?
He's kind of spitting. He's got a point. Well done.
No.
Well, I'm glad you have great intellectual substance and can answer. Because it's all the culture wars for you, isn't it? The second someone actually tells you what you're doing, which is bread.
Can you calm down a little bit? Like, just a little bit. Pounding the table, you're all over the place. No. You want me to go piece by piece? Or would you like me to talk slower?
I think you can...
Number one, Donald Trump is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Joe Biden gave them armaments.
That's going well, isn't it?
It's going well. Can you not...
See, he's playing like power games here because he's so thrown off.
Interrupt me. Well? I allowed you to talk uninterrupted.
You're famous for not interrupting.
I haven't interrupted a single person here today. Can I speak uninterrupted, actually? Okay. He is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. I believe we will see an end to that war. Number two, he's actually talking to Iran and discouraging Israel to strike the interior of Iran and has stopped many other international countries to do the same. Number three, can you give him credit for ending the Indian-Pakistan war?
Both of them said he didn't do that.
Well,
can you give him credit for ending the Indian-Pakistan war? Like he was so smug. Like he thought that was gonna go over so good. He thought it was gonna go over so fucking good. Like not even close. Not even remotely close. God. Like they literally both sides. I even knew this because I'd been paying attention to that in case it really popped off. But like, both of them, like as far as that conflict is concerned, like Donald Trump is Tuxedo Mask. He's like, my job here is done, and literally both India and Pakistan are just like, you didn't do anything. Like, I guess we won't kill each other, but you didn't do anything.
Well, hold on a second.
Let's go back.
No, that's important.
Russia, Ukraine.
Hold on, that's important.
Can I speak now?
Yes, but the Indian-Pakistan thing,
I guess with this budget bill, he might be called Tuxedo Mask. Nailed it.
You got to go deeper than that.
Let's go in order. Is a peace summit where the main person in question, Russia, doesn't show up, is that a success, Mr. Kirk?
I'm not even sure.
Not a success?
Well, again, these are ongoing negotiations, and it's a lot better than when your Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, went alongside our Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, to Istanbul and unnecessarily blew up a potential Russian peace deal, which has resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians, one of the great unnecessary wars of the modern era. Donald Trump believes in conversation and police through strength. He has been president for well over 120 to 130 days, and he has already ended a war between two nuclear conflicts of India-Pakistan. He has secured our own U.S. southern border while we were being invaded by foreign powers. And thirdly...
Yeah. Uh-huh. Wait, which foreign powers? Venezuela? The Venezuelan army was invading us? Their secret Tren de Aragua division, I see.
He is brokering a potential settlement with Iran that will prevent a major escalation in the Middle East. And finally, it is very difficult, but I believe they'll get it done, that will finally see an end to the Russian-Ukrainian war.
I'm just going to disregard the enormous lies you just put out there about Russia and Ukraine. Okay. But do you really think...
Oh, okay.
Leverage, negotiations work if you cut off all your leverage and scream at one party in the Oval Office? Don't you think that has just emboldened Russia? Because look at the approach. Putin thinks so much of your glorious president, he can't even be asked to show up. You have elected, or help elect, somebody who is at best an idiot and at worst is deeply corrupt.
Okay, again, so Trump and Putin had a 2-hour phone call today. You'll acknowledge that's a good thing. The pursuit of peace can sometimes be a winding road, and it's a lot better than sending hundreds of billions of dollars further into the killing fields of eastern Ukraine, something that tragically both the UK government and the US government has been unnecessarily supporting for a couple of years. President Trump wants to see a brokerage, an ending of this settlement. I pray we can get it. It's very complicated because of the mess that Joe Biden left, which was an active kinetic war with a nuclear power sending American-made missiles into the interior of Russia. So President Trump has already ended a war. He's ended an invasion. He's only 130 days.
So I guess the active kinetic war only happened when the missiles were sent into Russia, not when they were sent into Ukraine. That makes no sense, Charlie.
Into this, and I believe we do not know at this point. We are merely speculating, which I think we should not spend our time doing that, because eventually one of us will be right. I believe we'll be right, and I believe we'll see an end to this war.
Can we just talk about 100 billion's worth of weapons? Because you dodged my question on what was going on in the Middle East, where Trump has just signed enormous arms contracts with Saudi Arabia and with Qatar. And I noticed you ignored the fact that this might have had anything to do with the blatant corruption going on through the Trump coin and going on through giving the very competent sons of Donald Trump billions of investment from Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is something that is directly embroiling Americans into conflict, but is importantly killing many innocent people. Those nations have been known to terrorize innocent civilian populations. So if you're coming to me and you're objecting to America selling weaponry, why are you defending shilling for the Saudis?
Well, hold on. One is sending weaponry, one is purchasing. Secondly, you do know that the biggest purchase that was announced was commercial airliner, 737, $100 billion. We've heard of Qatar Airways.
We've been training like the Saudi Arabian army for years. Like it's not like Charlie trying to obfuscate this is honestly kind of hilarious. Like the idea that we haven't been directly supporting their efforts to perpetuate the famine in Yemen and providing them air support. Nah, come on, man. Come on. You think people are morons.
They purchased $100 billion of commercial airways. You are right, there were some weapons contracts, but I guess the question is, would you rather have Saudi Arabia buy weapons from America or China?
I'd rather they not have American weaponry at cut price rates.
See, I disagree.
Let's talk about Qatar for a second.
Okay, fine.
You mentioned Qatar. You've been talking a lot about...
This man is literally dog walking, Charlie, and I'm here for every second of it.
Hamas and the evils of Hamas. Can I ask you, who's the main funder of Hamas?
Well, the Palestinian... Well, the West actually funds Hamas.
Which state?
Well, Iran funds.
No. Where are the Hamas leaders?
And also
Where are the Hamas
Qatar
leaders,
funds
Mr.
Hamas.
Yes.
It is a combination
So is
of
this a state we
international
should
relief
have a
organizations.
400 million jet with the President of the United States
Well,
on it?
hold on. First of all, it was not given to him personally. I understand the optics of it, but it was not given to him personally. It was given to the U.S. government. And under that standard, no U.S. government should ever receive any gifts from any.
Yeah, the U.S. government should not receive gifts from other countries along those lines unless approved by Congress. It's called the emoluments clause. Emoluments clause. Like, come on, man. Yeah. Also, it's weird to give a gift that then stipulates that after a period of 4 years, like it then gets re-gifted to a different org. That's a weird kind of gift. It's like handing someone a Nintendo Switch 2 and saying, "Oh, but in 2 weeks you have to give it to your brother." That's a weird gift, you know? It's strange.
Any foreign countries whatsoever. It's not given to him personally and not a violation of the.
Then why is he trying to transfer it to his personal library? He is.
Bingo. The government of Qatar basically gave the U.S. Military this jet, or wanted to give the U.S. military this jet because they'd been trying to sell it for the past 4 years and nobody wanted it because it's shit. Trump, of course, loves it because it's shit. And, well, the government of Qatar was just like, well, what if we give this to the military and then after 4 years it gets transferred to your personal nonprofit library or organization. And Trump was just like, that sounds great. You got the job, Mello? Hell yeah. Congratulations. Good job, Mello. Boom, now I have a job and an apartment. I'm hitting the ground running tomorrow, first period. You got this, Mello. You got this.
Actually, okay, again, he sent out a statement. This is way too in the weeds. If you want to keep on going it, we can.
It's not in the weeds. It's a fundamental moral principle.
Okay, so under that fundamental moral...
it's so interesting that Charlie Kirk believes in objective morality and yet seems to get so weaselly around things like bribes. Strange.
Principle then. Can you acknowledge, though, that President Trump is getting more done in a less period of time than any president we've seen, while our prior president was not...
Yeah, no, actually, pastry death. You want to know something infuriating? If Donald Trump receives this jet, essentially the U.S. Air Force is going to have to spend the next 3 years stripping it down to the nuts and bolts of the aircraft to try and see if there's any spyware, and in order to add additional safety features that are needed for a presidential aircraft, and that's going to take literally hundreds of millions of dollars. And then what's going to happen is that they're going to need to then do that again to strip all of those safety features that are unique to an aircraft used to transfer the president, spending hundreds of millions of more dollars doing that in order to transfer it back into civilian control. And it is, again, just absolutely fucked up. Just hundreds of millions of our taxpayer dollars just into the dumpster.
Not even know what year he got elected. You understand the contrast here?
What aboutism again? I'm not a defender of Biden.
I'm not saying President Trump is far better than the predecessor.
You have to defend the person you spent millions to elect.
I will defend every day of someone who ends an invasion.
That's all you do, is
brings down the price of oil, who is revitalizing the American economy, who's brokering peace, who stopped the potential nuclear war, who is bringing Iran to the table and bringing Russia to the table, someone who does not want armed conflicts with the greatest powers of our time. I will defend that endlessly.
Well, living
what are you defending?
in a fantasy world of your own creation. So it's quite hard to engage
with. But then disprove it.
But let's check on how Trump is doing in terms of diplomacy. Look, with the war in the Middle East, do you think it was a defensible decision to tell the Israelis you wanted Trump Gaza to agree for Israel to invade the Gaza Strip and to continue to murder thousands of innocent children and civilians in a pointless war? Is that in America's interest? Is that in humanity's interest?
Well, first of all,
Chad finally brings it up. Let's go.
should know something about Trump. There's something, if you realize with Trump over the last 10 years, he is quite the social media user and uses hyperbolic language at times. But let me ask you, in the conflict of Israel versus Hamas, who's the good guy?
I believe both Hamas and the Israeli government are evil, but I think also that there is no justification.
Are they equally?
There is no justification for the murder and mutilation of thousands of innocent people and children in a futile...
Let's zero in on it.
There is no justification, Mr. Kirk, for invading hospitals, for bombing innocent populations and dragging out a war which is damaging Israel and the West's security.
You've made that point, but...
Well, it's not a point, it's a moral truth, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. It was also a moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage. And when you declare war on Israel, expect a firestorm in reaction. Let me finish, I let you talk. Israel...
I need to feign outrage. I need to feign outrage to retake the moral high ground. And you need to expect that Israel's going to murder children because you need to expect that they're going to murder children en masse because you look like a bitch. Charlie doesn't come across well here.
At its holiest day of the calendar year besides Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, Samat Torah, the 50-year anniversary of the Six-Day War. On Shabbat, Hamas invaded Israel, deciding to go recklessly to music concerts, to homes, to kibbutzes, and taking 200 plus hostages. They knew what they were doing. In one of the most cloistered urban environments on the planet, 2 million people live in a place where it's impossible to wage war. Impossible. Where they wear civilian clothing, they violate every tenet of the Geneva Convention, and the IDF, when they do...
And that's why it's totally fine to bomb schools. You know, that's why it's totally fine to kill tens of thousands of children. That's why it's okay to systematically starve millions of people, the vast majority of whom are children. You know, it's totally fine. You see, you know, I every single movie I've ever seen where terrorists take hostages, we all know that the best possible outcome for all involved is for the police to just gun all of the terrorists and all of the hostages down. You know, that's one of the best parts about you know, Die Hard. You know, when the terrorists take over the Nakatomi Plaza building and then the police show up and just blow up the entire building, killing everyone inside down to a man. That's the best part. We all love that, right? You know, who doesn't love seeing John McClane just explode in a ball of flame? 10 out of 10 cinema right there, I guess. You know, it's weird that the movie was only like 5 minutes long, but you know, like sometimes, you know, like that's modern Hollywood for you.
Something right, they get no credit. When they do life-saving surgeries of a Gazan child, they get no credit. When they drop leaflets, they get no credit. But when they happen to bomb a place where they are operating their military from, which we now know from third-party verified sources, hundreds of Hamas military operations are in mosques, schools, and hospitals. I'm sorry, the country where they were living in relative peace on October 6th, that all of a sudden we had a war.
They were living in relative peace on October 6th in a place that was described as the world's largest open-air prison, where you needed like depending on which city you were born in, you had like different like transportation rights around Gaza. Like, nah, it was a fucking apartheid state, man.
And Hamas started the war. And I don't see people that were really upset about the 2 million Germans that were killed in World War II, civilians. A tragic truth of war is that civilians die. I don't like it, and you don't like it.
Relative is doing a lot of work there. Yeah, exactly. Also, the tragic truth of war is that civilians die, which is why it's totally fine to do war crimes. Like, you know, like that's Charlie's argument. Civilians die in war, so it's okay to deliberately starve 2 million people. Again, most of whom are children, because that's just war. War is just when you do war crimes. Like, genuinely, there is no daylight between what Charlie is saying here and what, Holocaust supporting Nazis would say. In war, you got to do what you got to do. And, Hitler has told us time and time again that, the Jews were orchestrating an assault on the German state, and we needed to act in self-defense. That was literally the propaganda of the day. Okay? And, it was used to justify the most heinous shit perpetrated by the Nazi government. And, Charlie is here spewing the same kinds of justifications. It's disgusting.
And they brought it upon themselves. The only operation and entity to blame is the leadership of Hamas, not the Israeli government, for fighting this defensive war after they were invaded.
No defender of the terrible pogrom that was launched against Jews on that day. But the justification for the death of innocents cannot be an infinite cycle of bloodlust. It cannot be killing tens of thousands of innocent civilians with a war with no end in sight, people who were not complicit in those atrocities. It cannot be bombing hospitals which children use. It cannot be bombing hospitals in which cancer patients are dying and starving in there. The deaths that have been inflicted, nobody knows the true toll, but somewhere between 50 and 100,000 people lie dead under the rubble. And what is left for Gaza except for to continue to suffer under Hamas? Because it turns out Netanyahu's political strategy has not worked. It has entrenched Hamas within the territories. To be a Christian, I would have thought, Mr. Kirk, would never have involved suggesting that the price for an atrocity must be an infinite cycle of bloodlust, that innocent people and the young population must be killed to avenge some kind of providential quest. How can you call yourself a Christian? Well, you just did.
I want to make sure we get our moral clarity straight before we proceed. No one likes what's happening in Gaza. No one with a heart or a soul or a mind likes when kids die. But you must understand who started the conflict so that you could end it correctly. And until...
Oh, is ending it correctly starving millions of people? Again, most of whom children, to the point of death? I'm sorry. You can't make this argument. I've seen the pictures. I've seen the newborn babies with sunken eyes because of the lack of nutrition. You can't make this argument about an ongoing war crime, an act of war that is described in every kind of criminal act one can take in war as completely beyond the pale and unacceptable. Every nation on earth teaches that mass starvation and mass punishment as a tool of war is a crime. Okay? The argument that he is making here is simply one in favor of genocide, especially because he's making it at a time when the Israeli government has stated explicitly its plan is ethnic cleansing.
The IDF has killed more innocents since 10/7 than the USA did in 20 years in the Grot.
Yep.
Hamas brokers an unconditional surrender, of which they are unwilling to do. They could release the hostages and drop their weapons, and their lives would be spared. Instead, they are...
Again, their lives. So the lives of the members of Hamas. But I don't think that would spare the lives of the millions of other people. Hence the mass ethnic cleansing campaign.
They are using children of Gaza as cannon fodder, financed by the Iranian mullahs and dragging the entire world into this conflict. So I don't even know what we're debating at this point, other than I believe that Israel, I believe the facts, Israel was unconditionally attacked on October 7th. They're responding in kind. And I would just ask you a very simple moral question. How should Israel have responded?
Not with the blanket carpet bombing of a city, not with bombing hospitals. Of course, some kind of military operation might have been necessary, but not murder on this scale. There is no justification for what is happening with the enormous death toll that is being produced. I really cannot see how you come here and you have the gall to lecture us on Christian morality and then sit here and justify the murder of thousands of civilians. And is it working, Mr. Kirk? Is Hamas dismantled?
I've never said that.
You just did.
Well, no.
This is your whole
in
thing.
war, these are called casualties of a war.
We're going to need to
okay?
stop bringing this
Again,
to a close.
I'm not going to justify every military maneuver of a 100,000 person army. Instead, what I will do is I'll be clear that there is a good guy and there is a bad guy. I honestly...
Isn't that the morality of a child?
Well, instead, hold on.
Get his ass!
It's interesting you say that, because a child who knows that Israel is the good guy, Hamas is bad, has a lot more wisdom than a student like yourself at Cambridge University.
Oh, snap. Although I would reply just real quick, I think most children would recognize that the side that is massacring children and starving children is probably not the one in the right. You know, like I actually have a good example queued up that I wasn't intending to break out here. But Miss Rachel, again, absolute heroine in my book, okay? Doing some really necessary work. A couple days ago, uploaded a new little video, and I thought I'd share it with you guys. But I think most children are on the side of other children, you know?
Let's go back to sleep, Rahaf. We're so tired. See the bunny sleeping till it's nearly noon. Shall we wake them with a merry tune? They're so still. Are they ill? Wake up soon. Let's pretend to sleep. Wake up, little bunnies! Skip, little bunny, skip, skip, skip. Skip, little bunny, skip, skip, skip. Skip, little bunny, skip, skip, skip. Skip, 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 then stop. Let's hop again. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, 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 and stop. Yay! That was so much fun.
Rahaf had both her legs blown off by an Israeli airstrike. And luckily, she and her mother were able to evacuate from Gaza. But the rest of her family is still there. Okay? And so, when we look at something like that, and Charlie Kirk has the fucking gall and audacity to say that, children know who's the bad guy here. I think if you ask, hey, who's the bad guy here? Who's the bad guy in this situation blowing off the legs of children like you? Who's the bad guy here? Kids fucking can figure that out. It disgusts me. The virulent, widespread acceptance of this kind of bigotry and hatred, this kind of widespread genocidal enabling bullshit, it's infuriating. And people like Charlie Kirk just spread it. It's disgusting.
I will be glad that I will not have been somebody who has defended the genocide of the Palestinian people. And I think you will have to reckon one day that you have reckoned with...
Interesting. I want to close on this. So can you tell me what African country is currently ongoing a civil war?
Believe it or not, I know about Sudan because I'm not an idiot.
How about what Southeast Asian country has an ethnic cleansing going on right now?
Myanmar.
Good. And you have strong opinions on both sides?
Unlike you, I take an effort to be informed about foreign policy, and to come to conclusions. You are a culture warrior. I believe when everything is done, Mr. Kirk, people will see you and the people you've supported as corrupt, as selling the country out to the lowest bidder, and of doing irreparable damage to a country I'm sure we all deep down love.
The difference,
I think you will have to reckon with that.
Difference
Mr. Kirk.
is when.
That's the end of the video. Fuck Charlie Kirk. But also, like, I want to reiterate this. This was edited by him. He thought this made him look good. He thought these were the encounters throughout this that made him look good. And if there's any justice in that world, that dude who just mic dropped on Charlie Kirk got laid that night. Okay? If there's any justice in the world at all. All right? He cut it there? Really? Yeah. Each one of those debate encounters was clipped. I'm pretty sure there are other... I'm pretty sure there are other, like, interactions that got cut out. You know? I think he also gave, like, had a discussion with, like, the moderator that maybe got cut. Why would he cut it on the actual mic drop? Lol. You know, the fascists be lazy, you know? I don't know if he can get laid with hair like that. With rhetoric like that, he should rizz up some folks. God. Are you kidding me? What? Okay, you guys are getting weird about this. All I'm saying is, like, he did a really good job, and, like, if there's any justice in the world, like, there's some kind of, like, I don't know, people who see that and go, like, that was really hot. Okay? That dude just became the sexiest guy on campus. True! So, anyway, Charlie Kirk is a goddamn moron, a buffoon, a maroon, and, like, frankly, disgusting. I really wanted to rhyme another word, but I couldn't think of one. Baboon. Nailed it. You know, that took us so goddamn long to get through. I wasn't expecting that. You know, I'm going to ask my editor to just insert this into all I think we'll probably make it into multiple clips, but hey, if you liked the video, like, comment, and subscribe, because I need to live, and that helps me to live. Please help me live. And with that, we nailed it. We nailed it, folks. That was 6 hours, Chad. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I wanted to cover so many other things. I spent too long talking about socialism. I just like socialism so much. God. Okay, folks, I have to pass out. I've got things I got to do tomorrow. And with that, I did want to do a lot of other things, but I'm just absolutely tapped out. That was emotionally taxing to take that journey with all y'all. Jack is EP. I'm mostly just, like, stressed. I need to, like, sit in silence and, like, de-stress. And if you enjoyed the stream, if you enjoyed the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider coming back tomorrow and drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys all know teamwork makes the stream work. Oh yeah! Good night, everybody. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button.